Okay. This meeting of the Richlands Town Council will now come to order. Please let us stand for the invocation and the pledge. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, again, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to conduct the business for the town of Richlands and for the people that we serve in this town and out of this town. We pray for your blessings on all of us, that everything that we do may honor you and be in your glory. We are thankful for everything that you give us, and sometimes, I know I do, I overlook it in the midst of my so-called busy life, and I want to say thank you on behalf of everyone. Thank you for everything that you do for us. In Christ Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Council, we have before us an agenda. So we're now on Roman numeral 4. I would like to request a couple of changes to the agenda. If you will look down on Roman numeral 7B, it says recognition of Jack, Clem, and Cooper Hurst. Zeke, I thought I sent your name in to be put on this agenda, but I want to personally apologize to you. My fault. Maybe I didn't, but it doesn't matter. Can we please add Ezekiel Mullins to this agenda? And also, can we move what is now Roman numeral 7B to come right after Roman numeral 4? We'll call it 4A, please. Okay. Are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda?
I have an addition, please.
Yes, yes.
In executive closed session, can we also add consultation with legal counsel, which would be 2.2-3711A8?
Consultation, legal consultation?
Yep.
All right, let me make sure I got that right. 2.2-3711A8?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Any other corrections, additions, deletions to the agenda? Anyone? Okay. Hearing none, is there, before we do this, is there anyone who would like to speak under unscheduled public comments? Morgan? Okay. Roman numeral 6 will add Morgan Earp.
I do. Can I speak?
Yes, sir. What your, I'll put your name and I'll put it on here.
Johnny Lester.
Johnny Lester. Mr. Lester, you're already on here. You're already on here. Okay. Yes, sir. Jacob? Unscheduled, okay. Jacob Van Dyke. All right, who else would like to speak? Ginger and, okay. And Ernest. These are 3 minutes, please note, okay? Anyone else present who would like to speak under unscheduled public comments? Yes, sir. Are you Mr. Shelton? Yes, sir, you're on here. You're good. Anyone else who would like to speak under unscheduled public comments? It's 3 minutes. Hearing no one else, are there any other changes to the agenda before we take a vote on this? Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Gary makes the motion. Is there a second? And Rick makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Hearing no further discussion, maybe have a roll call vote, please.
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
Motion carries. It is unanimous. Okay, we're on Roman numeral 4, authorization to pay the bills for June, and you should have the check registers in front of you. Susan emailed us these this afternoon. So are there any questions on the checks? Anyone? Hearing no questions for the check register, is there a motion to authorize the manager to pay the bills?
So moved.
Laura makes the
I got a
motion.
question
All right,
before
go
we
ahead,
go any
Rick.
further. Check 15997.
Yes, sir. That is Thompson and Ledge. They are, when we re-advertised the, water treatment facility upgrades and the wastewater treatment facility upgrades, there was, there were expenses incurred for their time as part of that process. When we agreed to reauthorize and republicize those bids, then there's a charge involved with that. There's a discussion item on the agenda today, in the agenda that's gonna speak more directly to this. But I'm more than happy to dive into it, but this is just the cost to be able to do the re-advertising for the, water treatment facility.
Okay, 15962. What's that for?
That's for the side-by-side in the, Public
Okay.
Works Department. That was authorized as part of
Okay.
the,
Budget amendment.
budget.
Yeah. I just didn't know that's what it was for.
And we are following up right now on getting the plow and the additional attachments for that. That'll come out of this year's budget.
Are there questions about the check register before you move on it? Take your time.
And 16009 is for asphalt y'all bought to fill potholes, right?
The person that pays the bills is saying that's correct, please.
Okay, I got another question. 15930, that is the backhoe attachment?
This is for the water treatment plant. We upgraded the generator. There were some backhoe attachments that were purchased. That's not a backhoe.
Okay.
That was a generator thing we approved a long time ago, wasn't it? Okay.
But why is the backhoe attachments and the generator together?
Because they all came from Carter. I can follow up and get you a detailed itemization for that so that you can see what amount was.
So y'all just paid it as one bill,
Yes.
even though it was all together? They just sent you one bill and y'all paid the full bill? Okay, I understand. I'm good, Rob.
Okay. Any other questions, members of council? Okay. I think someone made the motion to pay the bills. Was that Laura?
I did.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
The second is made by Seth to authorize the manager to pay the bills. Any questions on this motion? Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
and Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Mr. May, you're authorized to pay the bills.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next on the agenda, Roman numeral 4B, minutes. We have several sets of minutes. We have the minutes of June the 11th, 2024, a joint public hearing. June 11th, 2024, regular scheduled meeting. June 18th, special called meeting. June 25th, special called meeting and joint public hearing. Are there any questions on these minutes? They were included in our packet.
Mayor, while council's reviewing that, I would just like to commend Ms. Amanda on this. We've had, over the past 2 months, we've had several special called sessions, both for budget and for a couple of different projects that we've had. Each one of those special sessions has to be recorded, has to have the minutes done for it. That's additional work on Ms. Amanda's side. I just wanted to say thank you for making sure we got that done and get this done in a timely manner.
Thank you, Amanda. We do appreciate that.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the minutes as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Laura makes a second. Is there any discussion on this motion to accept the minutes as they are presented? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Mayor, I'll have to abstain from the 11th and 18th. I wasn't present at those, but on the 25th I was,
Okay,
so.
that's clear. You can vote yes for what you were here.
Right,
Okay,
yes.
are you good on that?
yeah, I'll
Thank
get
you.
it.
Let the
Yes.
minutes reflect.
Will.
Thank you.
Rich?
Yes.
Okay, Jordan,
Yes.
Jan,
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Thank you, council. We can move forward now. We're now on Roman numeral 4A, recognition of Jack Clem, Cooper Hurst, and Ezekiel Mullins. I had asked personally, I called Mr. Vinsel, is he here? Mr. Vinsel here? He might not be able to be here because his son had to have some dental surgery today, and I think that is why he's not here. But he supplied information to me about these young people, along with their coaches, who, Reese Bowen is the tennis coach, and he could not be here tonight. He's on a honeymoon. And it'd be hard to place the council in front of love. So we can't do that. But we wish him the very best. Thank you. We also, Coach Brandon Breeding is here for Ezekiel Mullins, and so we're very glad to have you. Also present, I made it a point to try to invite some of the people in our system. We have their parents, Mr. Clem and Mr. Hurst here. We have Dr. Stacy and Mrs. Stacy here. Anybody else? Oh, Coach D, Coach Daugherty is here, thank you. Mrs. Hurst, who was with the system for many years, and now the clerk of the court, is here. We're honored to have all of you. We're all equal, thank you. But we're honored to have you, to recognize these young citizens. I have a lot to say, and I'll try to be concise. It is important that we as a town council recognize our young people. They are our assets. We hear it a lot. We call them platitudes, but they are important, and it is important that we recognize them. And as I have said before, many years ago, I was at a graduation, long before I was a teacher, and I came home and I called my sister and I said, her name is Marcia. I said, Marcia, I am so tired of hearing all these same things. And a lady I loved would say this, and I was tired of it, but my sister set me straight. I said, she always says, students at graduation, shoot for the moon and you'll be sure to land among the stars. And I thought, I don't want to hear that. But my sister really straightened me out. She said, Rob, we have to hear these things. Every day it's a recommitment to our lives and to the betterment of our young people, and we must hear them on a yearly and monthly basis. Don't you dare say that. Thank you, sister. That being said, thank you, young men, for your outstanding performance in tennis and in shot put. I want to recognize you individually and together. So, I'll start with the tennis folks. We have here, this is an email I got from Mr. Bowen, Coach Bowen, singles. And if you don't know, Jack Clem is the state champion, and he and Cooper Hurst were a team, and they came in second. It was a squeaker, and I have some suggestions for you, okay? You'll see in a minute. And they're not the most righteous ways, but I will suggest it to you. And so let me talk about these young men, because I happened to watch the Facebook Live that I think was being broadcast, and I was rooting for you every step of the way, as were many people. I was just one. Jack had 12 regular season wins and only dropped 4 games. Jack had 8 postseason wins and dropped 27 games, which included dropping 1 set. Jack won 20 total matches and went undefeated for the second year in a row in singles and won the Virginia 2A state title. Congratulations, Jack Clem. Doubles. Jack and Cooper had 12 regular season wins and only dropped 25 games. Jack and Cooper had 7 postseason wins and dropped 28 games. They won 19 consecutive games up to their loss at the Virginia State Final. And he has a sentence here. If you want more, we're good. Coach Bowen, I'm sorry you couldn't be here tonight to see your students honored, but we are so proud of you. You represent your community well, you represent your school well, and you represent this community well. I can speak personally because I don't know, I'd never had you as my students, and I'm sorry about that. And I regret that I retired 1 year before you got there. But my point is, young men, you speak well for yourselves, your families, and this community, and this school, and we are so proud of you. Your character is really the best, and we're grateful for you and what you do. Next, Ezekiel Mullins, better known to his friends as Zeke. Zeke is a shot put guy. I don't know how you call it. I don't know a lot about shot put. Back in the day when I was a shot putter, not. I don't know, Zeke, but I do know this. You had a shot, you were number 2 in the state. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's a big deal. And I have statistics here that were supplied to me by Mr. Vinsel, and I hope I've got them right. I printed it today. I went to the school to do this. His winning shot put, is that right? Am I saying it correctly?
That sounds good to me.
Well, if I'm wrong, fix me up, okay? I don't mind it, trust me. Was 51 feet 2.5 inches. The winning distance was 51 feet and 11 inches. But young man, I came here today, nobody knows this, and I measured it from right here to where Officer Hutchison is standing with his right foot is 51 feet. Now, I just wanted to, do you have that shot put ball with you, whatever they call it? Do you have it? Would you mind to bring it up here, please? I want you to see what a feat this is. We're not going to throw it in here because we'll all get killed.
Easy, Rod, you got a bad shoulder, remember?
I know.
Don't throw it.
I just want to see it. It's okay, we're hard to think. God bless America. For good heavens. Young man, don't leave so quickly. Would you get that out of there, please? I had no idea it was that heavy. All right, and gently hand this to each member of the council if they could see what you did. Okay, don't worry about it, no big deal. Thank you. It's heavy. Now you, let him hold it, help him, okay? It's heavy. And just imagine this, Jan. You're throwing this out to where Tyler's foot is, but don't hit him.
We'll probably get it half.
All right, here we go. I want everybody to feel this. It's a big deal.
It's pretty stout.
Yes. Good Lord. Feel that.
What's the weight?
12 pounds.
And Zeke, if you'll let the people at the table here have a little hand on it too, it's good for you. Did you do it in high school? I did. Okay. And Amanda. Amanda, let the record reflect it's heavy. Thank you, sir. You can put, I just wanted you to see, and if you'll stand right here, it gives you an indoor perspective. Come here, young man. Look out there at his right foot. That's a long way to throw that ball. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curry.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, so before we move on, I just want to, I want to have my personal say with these young people. Before I go too far, we have to make a big deal out of it because it is big. It's a big deal. And I'm so proud of you, and everybody here is, and I'm only one voice, but I'll squeak as loudly as I can. So that being said, I know you probably learned this, but the Machiavellian principle is not the best one to follow. But when you were playing tennis out there and wherever you were, I was at Liberty, yes. And I was saying, oh my gosh, don't let that happen, don't let that happen. We all need a diversion sometimes, and I don't suggest the Machiavellian principles of, the end justifies the means, but To that end, we all need a little laughter and something lighthearted in our lives. And with that, I want you each to have your own personal when the going gets tough, each of you, come up here, gentlemen. You need your own flying monkey, and let it go when you need it. I suggest not in the classroom. Okay? Here. Have you ever had a flying monkey from the Wizard of Oz? Young men, this is the answer to everything. When things are not going right, let it go, but not in class. That's fine. That's what makes it squeak. Let it go. It's okay. We're okay. It's okay. That way.
Can y'all turn around so I can take the picture?
You have to, Cooper, put your fingers in here.
Yeah, in the paws.
Pause here. It takes a little doing. I practiced, okay? Put your fingers here and pull back on the tail and shoot. But look at me.
Stay still. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, you can have fun with those. May we have a picture with you and the council, please?
Sure.
And several people. Let's get in here, guys. Come here. Thank you. Mason. All right, I'm gonna stand over here with you guys. No, I'm gonna stand right here. Don't break my hand because you threw it. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Oh, I know that. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Parents, please come up here. I want a picture with your parents. Thank you so much. And Coach Steve, Dr. Stacy, all of you are please. It's important.
I know you're gonna shoot that for you.
This is for you.
Oh, Jeff, how are you, buddy?
Oh, Jeff. I don't mean, I won't keep you here.
You good? You don't miss that, do you? Do you miss that, Jeff? Being here at 11:30? How are you?
4 minutes to get to item 4 right now.
Yeah. Used to it was air.
Tighten up.
Thank you. The honor is truly ours. Thank you, Dr. Stacy. Cooper.
Ho, Randy. How are you?
Thank you.
Hey, man, you need to have lunch, and you need to pay. Not my plate.
Thank you.
See you, buddy.
They're fun. I bought 3 packs. Do you want some?
Yes, because I think we bought one last year when Jack was.
No, it was a flying ball.
Yeah, and a ball. I remember that.
It was a flying ball. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Moving on. That's fun, and we really do appreciate our young people. They are our assets, because one day, when none of us will be here, they'll be here. Thank you. Okay, now, we're on scheduled public comments. First, we're on Roman numeral 5A, Johnny Clay Lester of 129 Bragg Road. Mr. Lester, please come up to the podium and state your case. Thank you, sir. And you have 5 minutes, please.
Now, I've been battling Bergen for a pretty good while over our road. up Hill Creek Bragg Road. Did you come up there, Gary?
Went up through there this morning.
And, well, it looks like a goat trail, to be honest. I mean, weeds is growing out the road, tree limbs hanging down, potholes. Great town workers come up there and put some asphalt down, one spot. There wasn't even a pothole there. One spot, one big spot. And, well, matter of fact, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of fighting witches over it. And I think if you can't work on the road, take us out of corporation limits, you know. I pay the same taxes that everybody else does. And the only thing I ask for is some weeds to be cut and the road not to have holes in it. And I don't think that's asking for too much. And Mr. Shelton back there, he lives right above me, and he can tell you the same thing I'm telling you. And if you don't believe me, schedule to come down and walk up it with me, and we'll find out firsthand. You know, because I'm not asking you to take my word, but if you see it, you'll understand it more. Or if nothing else, ride up it. You know, because, you know, everywhere else around here's got good roads. Why can't we have a good road? You know, and that's all I'm asking for. And if it don't get fixed, I'll be back. Because I'm not letting it lay this time, you know, because fire's fire. And, you know, I pay the same taxes. I'm in corporation limits. And why can't we be treated the same? You know? And, but Gary, you know, Gary knows what I got.
Yeah, I went up there this morning and the brush is hanging over, rubbing the vehicles going up and down the road up through there. So, Jason, if you can have.
How was the road?
It was rough. It was rough.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, would you like to speak on it?
I went over and looked at Bragg Road as well, and you're right, the vegetation is hanging over. We need to get that cleared up. I want to speak about the road itself. I'm not sure that can be a road. And I'm going to be blunt with you because
It is a road. Now, wait a minute.
I'm
wait a
not
minute.
sure. I'm
It
not
is
sure I
a
would
road.
consider it a road right now. I let you speak, sir. If I could just respond.
Yeah.
So I went to go look at it. This is a valley that has been paved. Is really all that we have at this moment in time. And when it was paved, all that did is expedite that water coming from up top down below. In order to fix this, in order to be able to make this work, you're going to have a drain or a ditch line on either side, probably on both, because there's a fair amount of water that comes down. It's my understanding that the bottom of that hill has been flooded out on numerous occasions, to the point where I believe the last flood, the car got moved down at the bottom down there.
Yeah.
That's the problem that you have, is that if you fix the road, all you're doing is conveying more water down to the bottom. This is a very large fix in order to be able to do this. To be able to make this work and to be able to ditch line this and to be able to pave this correctly and deal with the stormwater down at the bottom, that's a large issue. The reason that we asphalted the area was to be able to have a place for our trash trucks to be able to come back and be able to pivot and be able to do a three-point turn right
They don't
there.
come back that far.
They come right up to the top where the end of the paving is, because that's
Where
where
the
the
paving is.
incorporation
They back
incorporation
up,
lines.
but they back up the road.
Yes, sir. And so
They
that's
don't turn.
one of, but I believe they back up to the top, and then that's one of the things was to be able to make sure that we had traction to come back down, because we also plow that road, is my
They
understanding
don't,
as well.
but they don't get on that asphalt.
I'm not going to dive into the he said, she said at this point, but I have gone and seen the road. I do believe that we need to cut the brush back, but I'm just going to be honest, from my point of view, looking at this road and trying to be able to ascertain how much it would cost to fix this, this is 6-7 figures at the very least to be able to fix this and do this correctly. You're having to ditch it, to be able to repave it, and to ditch it, the sides are so steep, there are 2 houses on either side of those. If you try to expand that road any more wide than it is right now, those houses, you'll have to either buy one or the other, and to be able to make that cliff line stark enough to be able to have a ditch line in it. It is literally a valley. I mean, I'm not wrong in that. It's just a valley that we paved over
Yeah,
top
right.
of
It's
to be
right
able
down
to
the
get
hall.
trash trucks back up and down this. In order to be able to do this the correct way without causing problems that are happening further down with the people that live at the bottom, you're going to be spending multiple millions of dollars to be able to fix this. That's my concern.
Jason, can I ask?
Am I, or am I not a citizen of Richlands? Now we're getting somewhere. Don't I deserve the same road that other people does? I don't care how much it costs us. Don't I deserve the same road? I'm not asking for nothing perfect. I just want something that I can take my car up and every year have to have front end lined or bust tires. That's all I'm asking. And I have been out there when the trash truck dumps up, backs up. They stop at the end of my driveway there at that blue barrel.
Yes, sir.
They don't go up where they put the asphalt. I've been there. I've seen it.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know you probably don't believe me, but I have.
No, I don't have any reason not to believe
But
you.
don't I deserve a road or half a road? Or be able to go up through our without driving through the weeds?
Mr. Lester, you're a citizen, obviously, but I don't know exactly where the road is. What part, and we're beyond the 5 minutes, but we're okay right now, we're trying to help you. What part of Bragg Road is in the town?
It's the first about half mile up that road, because
I am 200, where my home is, my land, I'm 220 feet in corporation limits.
it's not, the road is at the very end of the incorporation limits. It's very close to the edge of the incorporation.
But the road originally went up a little bit past, because when they first fixed it, it was concrete. But
Let me ask you a question, Jason. So, when was that area incorporated? Do we know, are we answering that?
I'm not for sure at this point. I'm gonna.
Was that
I
with
need
the,
to-
did that come with the,
With the boundary adjustment?
the boundary
I
adjustment?
think so.
Okay.
Do you know, Mr. Lester, when the area where you live was incorporated into the town? Do you know? I'm not sure. I think it was for the boundary adjustment, but don't hold me to it.
do what? It's been over 40 years.
Oh,
That may have
then
been
that's
an
before
earlier
the boundary.
adjustment. Yeah, that's
That's
I've lived
before.
where I'm at since 85.
Okay, thank you.
And, you know, they come and fixed it once, and, you know, it's like he said, I mean, I won't disagree with him. We have a good road.
Mm-hmm.
But we also had a good runway for that water coming down,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And I think what would probably help that, a bigger drain pipe.
That would be, you're gonna need at least a 36.
Yep, a bigger drain pipe. And,
The amount of volume of water that's coming off of those two hillsides is.
but why can't we get the weeds cut?
Well, here's a thought, and you might not, I don't know, I just throw it out there. Is this something that you will allow the manager and the council to review and take a look at? Because I'm not exactly sure where it is, not that it matters, but I'd like to be able to see it.
Gary does,
Gary,
yeah.
okay,
This gentleman does.
okay.
Jan, was you with them when we walked the road that time?
But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But they met me down there and we actually walked the road.
Okay,
And, I want to be treated fair. You know?
yes.
And, yeah, that's all I got to say.
There is a few rough spots too that could use some more asphalt leveled out to try to smooth it out as best.
Let me ask just a couple of questions. Not for Mr. Lester. Thank you, Mr. Lester. We appreciate you coming. And we'll definitely look into this. And I think that the immediate need, I think that we can handle the brush cutting and getting that taken care of. The one thing I would like to know, and, you know, this is not something Mike's going to be able to answer tonight, but first of all, we don't even know if we have right-of-way. And so if Mike could maybe take a look at that for us, just to determine how much right-of-way we have on that road. I've got a lot of experience with these type of roads from the county system. And in the county system, we would typically call a road like this will be in our orphan road program. And these were roads that did not meet the state standards, to go into the state system. And what happened throughout time, and, if this was in the county system beforehand, it's very possible that the county worked this road or tried to do something to make this road better. The problem that you run into is a lot of the roads and the way they used to do things is not the way that we do things now, and they don't have proper drainage and those kind of things, and that makes it very difficult to maintain a good surface on a road. Now, there's other things that we can do, but really, before we even go out there and attempt to do anything, we need to determine the amount of right-of-way that we have to look at that. And if Mike can look at that for us, and then once we've established that, we can look at, there's, tar and gravel, there's some different options that we have that might work better in that situation. And we're not locked into, we can't go out there and bring that road up to a VDOT standard. That's going to be impossible because just like Jason said, that costs millions and millions of dollars. You just can't do it. And that's not the only road in the system. There's, hundreds of them that are like that because every road can't be like that. And the way we used to look at this in the county is, when you live out to the country, there's a benefit to that. You get the beauty, the scenery, the privacy, and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes there's a trade-off, and sometimes roads are that. But I do think we can probably improve that for Mr. Lester. But the first step is, and we'll revisit this next month, is to ask Mike and Jason to go through, let's establish how much right-of-way that we have, and then we can begin to come up with a solution. But in the meantime, he'll have to establish that through the deed record, and he'll do that for us, because we need to make sure, before we go out and work on anything, we can't do that. We have to make sure that we're not in someone's property.
I'm not talking about hundreds of roads, I'm talking about my roads.
I understand it. I'm trying to help you. That's what we're trying to do. I just can't say, Jason, take $1 million and go fix his road. We can't, that's not how it works, but what we can do is get the brush cut off there for you guys, let him check the right-of-way for us, and then let us, come back next month and work on a solution. We can definitely do that and see if there's something we can do to help you.
Okay. Thank you, Seth. That's an excellent suggestion. And so, Mike, if you could follow the direction there, and you can tell us what is in the town, what isn't in the town, et cetera, that would be helpful. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Seth. Next, Mr. Shelton, George H. Shelton at 320 Bragg Road. Mr. Shelton, please come up.
And this has been an ongoing problem for several years. I've met Jan when she was married several times. I met town Richlands with one over the road department and all. And they come so far, like John said. They come up there and they patch that one little place there. And it's rougher now than it was before. I got a gravel road that's better than that road. And my question is, how come I paid the taxes on that last piece of property and I can't get the potholes filled up? I talked to you town people come up there. Oh, we can't come up there. We didn't do that. Well, no good and well, the town of Richlands did do it years ago. It was originally concrete, and now, then they paved over, and now you can't get them to fill up the potholes. What's going with my tax money I'm paying on my piece of property, that last piece there at the end of the road, and I can't get the potholes filled up with a little bit of asphalt? You know what I'm talking about, Gary. And it ain't right. Like Johnny said, it's not right to us. The road's rougher now after they patched that than it was before they come up there and scattered out a little bit of blacktop there. And then as they went back off the hill, they was either asleep or something there because they left all kinds of potholes down through there. Never put nothing in them. And I've got, like I said a minute ago, I got a gravel road that's smoother than a hardtop road. And we've been battling this for years. I have talked to you and talked to you before. I haven't been up here the last couple of years because I'm about to give up on it, but I'm like Johnny. I'm just about the point where if I've got to come every month, y'all gonna have to look at me every month. Because we deserve a better road than we've got right now up through there. And if y'all can't afford a little bit of asphalt to put in them holes, then why are we paying taxes?
Mr. Shelton, I want to say thank you. I'm assuming that you are a neighbor your
Yes.
neighbors to Mr. Lester,
Yeah.
looking at the addresses. Probably what Seth is saying is something we can work on for both of you to assess the situation, see. We've asked the attorney to check out where our right-of-way is. And in the meantime, if I'm understanding it correctly, we can help you with the brush that's hanging over the road.
Well, I
Is
like to
that
have the
correct?
holes filled up too, you know, where I run my car through every day. Like I said, I pay taxes on that last piece of property. I bought the old house and stuff, tore it down, and I've tore it down and I've gravelled down. And if I'm gonna pay the taxes on it, I want the road to be kept up through there. And even in the wintertime, when it's snowing and stuff, y'all seen y'all's people, they come up there, they turn right there at Johnny's, they start salting right there and go back down. They don't never back up there and put nothing on our road up through our, the end. It's what, I'm gonna say it's another 50 to 100 feet up through our Johnny, 7,500 feet, to the end of where y'all paved concrete to start with and then paved over.
Are you in the town limits?
No, my house, I live just out of town limits. My property is in town limits. And I feel like that gives me legal rights. I'll pay the tax, I pay taxes on that piece of property. And it don't matter where I live at. I think,
I was just asking because I was wondering if you're asking us to go outside of town limits or if your property's in the
I've talked to
town
everybody, I've
limits.
talked to y'all, I've talked to Africa County and anybody else on gravels. I have to keep up the last couple hundred foot of my road to my trailer up there myself. Gary knows exactly what I'm talking about. I believe it's about 177 feet from the end of the hardtop, or the concrete, up to my driveway. And I keep my road up to, myself up through there. And 99% of the time, a gravel road is better than the paved road we've got up through there.
I think Seth brought up a really great solution. I read the minutes from like
Yeah.
2010 on, and I remember seeing you guys here in 2017, 2018-ish. And I just want to point out that everybody's setting up here. I think Jan and Rod have switched spots, but everybody up here is new. Everybody down here is new. Our Public Works Director is new. So I am very confident that you guys are going to have a solution,
I'm
whatever
very-
that looks like. But
I'm sorry, I'm very confident that y'all listen to us, but we don't never see no results.
Well, I would ask you that you don't judge us based on what you got in the past, because I promise you, this town is a whole lot better than it was back then.
everybody setting up here is new.
Everybody's new, and we're moving in a better direction.
Time will tell.
And let me tell you one other thing, too, just as a point of reference. The last 100 yards of my road in town is gravel. I don't have a paved road. I don't get my road scraped. I drive on about 2 miles an hour because the potholes are bad, too. It's not just your road. There's so many roads in town. And I'm just saying that as a point of reference, that I promise you, it's not just your road. But there's a place in my road, I have to go 2 miles an hour to go over this, where they tried to patch it, and not anybody here, but previously, and you have to slow down. So, if I was in a car, it would drag. I can't take my car to my house. I have to drive my truck because it's so bad. But I just want to make a point of reference. It's not just your road in Hill Creek. I live in the smack middle of town, and my road's the same way.
Well, and 99% of the time, me and Johnny does scraping of the road in the wintertime down through ourselves. We take our side-by-sides and scrape the road most of the time.
I just wanted to say that because I feel like you all think that maybe your road's the only one that's not getting the work done on it.
Have been neglected for years.
I mean, I'm with you. I feel like mine has been too, but
Y'all have listened to us before. Y'all listen, but we never get no results.
But the reason that I said what I said is because we have not listened to you before. This is our first time hearing this. This is Mr. May's first time addressing it. We even have a new director of Public Works, Jason Shepard. It's his first time hearing it. So, and I'm with you. I ran for this council because I stood at that podium month after month after month, not being heard by the people sitting up here, and not one of them is still sitting up here. So I am very confident that between this council, Mr. May, Mr. Shepard, and Public Works, that we will have an amicable solution for you.
Yeah.
And we take it very seriously. We have moved forward because our goal here, all 6 of us and the mayor and the town manager, is so that citizens like yourself, citizens like me, that all of us are seeing our tax dollars at work for us. And I feel you. It's not, doesn't feel good to pay taxes and not
No,
see
it
what's
don't.
going for it.
And like I said, I appreciate y'all listening, and but time will tell. It's one of these deals, our trust has got to be earned.
Yes.
We've been shortchanged so much and lied to and stuff. And you can't just believe everybody. For me, myself.
I understand.
You gotta earn my trust.
I get that.
Can we establish some like hard dates or milestones to follow up on this? I feel like that would be the best
I
case
think
scenario.
that's important.
Are we gonna say by next meeting?
It's gonna take him some time to search,
gonna
because
say-
he's going to have to
Of
do the deed
course.
searches or whatever to make sure what the right
So
of way
what's a
is.
like
I think
decent?
I think you've
next
got an
week.
excellent point, and so do you, and so do you. So, if I may step in and try to be of help. First off, we're going to rely on our town attorney to establish the boundaries of what is ours and what's not ours, et cetera, et cetera. All the time taking into account that in your heart, you're a Richlands person. More than the taxes, it's where your heart is. The next thing, he has a very good point, establishing a timeline. I don't think, with all that we are doing, it's not to put you in second place, please understand that. It's going to take Mr. May a little time to research it after Mike comes through with the legal part of what is ours and what isn't ours. And I'm going to suggest, but I'll defer to Mr. May. Mr. May, would September, moving ahead 2 meetings, be a reasonable time that you could address this in a more accurate way? Not just, please understand me, not about who said this, who's telling a story. It's not that. It's about doing the right thing.
Right.
And we want to do it right. And Seth has another point, and trust me, I have felt like you have. And I live right in the middle of Richlands, not smack dab on a farm. I live right in the middle of town, and I have stuff on my street too, and I just have to grin and bear it. But I'm in a different situation. And I want you to know your situation is just as important as anybody else's. You're not second rate. You're not a second-class citizen. You are a citizen, and we're proud of you, and we thank you. So if you will allow Mr. May to do his work for September, and Mr. Attorney there, Mike, to check on the legalities of it, then we should be okay. Will you allow that?
Yes, I will, but I
Thank you.
have one question.
Sure.
Actually. If it's not too much
Sure.
for you to do, can you send your town department back up there and let them put just a little bit of pavement in some of them potholes and stuff, and go to the end of the road, not stop down there. They stop before they even get to my property.
I will defer to the manager on that because I can't direct that as a mayor or even council. We can't direct those things.
Well, the
I will
town
defer to
Richlands
him.
is the one that paved that, originally.
Yes.
Put the concrete up through there.
Was it concrete?
Yes, it was. It was concrete originally. They put
Okay.
up through there. Gary knows.
I believe it, yeah.
Then they paved over top of it, and now you can't get them to fill up the potholes and stuff. And it wouldn't take some of them wouldn't take but a shovel or two to fill them up. And it would save our vehicles, our front ends and stuff, and our cars and stuff. And I don't feel like that's asking too much of you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. Thank you both, and we take your concerns to heart.
Appreciate y'all this.
You
Thank
too,
you.
sir. Have a great day. Okay, you have direction. Thank you both. Okay, now we're on to Roman numeral 6, unscheduled public comments. These are 3 minutes maximum, and the first person was Morgan Earp. Morgan, are you ready? And I just want to say one thing. Morgan has a very serious surgery, and Morgan, you've been in our prayers. Thank you.
So, first things first, I want to thank for the Freedom Festival. Y'all did a great job for it, besides the heat, you know. I do got an idea. If it's hot like it was last year, maybe we can invest in one of those fans that squirt out water on these things. I think it would be great. The second thing is the reflective mirror on Tassel.
Bryant Street and Tassel Avenue.
Yeah, yeah. I was just wanting to see if that's been updated, any work's been made on getting that changed.
It's my understanding that's been replaced.
Okay. Well, because the only reason why I'm bringing it up is I was being chauffeured around because I can't drive. But Mom was having some difficulties still seeing down the road there. And I just think I would bring that up. The ditch line by my house, I believe I talked to you about it or not, I can't remember. But the drainage tube there, it's blocked up with mud. It's like that all the way around, all the way down to the river. Don't know if you can get a backhoe or something to dig that out. But other than that, that's all I got.
Morgan, thank you very much. And I especially like the idea of a fan that sprays water.
Well, I was thinking of it because a couple of years ago when going through Carowinds or something, waiting in them
Yes.
long lines, you got the spritz of air whenever it finally get onto you. So I was like, well, that would be good.
Great.
All right, Joel.
Morgan, thank you very much, and we wish you the very best with your health.
I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Morgan. Okay. Next, I have Jacob Van Dyke. Jacob?
Good evening, council. I'd just like to just take a moment, a minute, just to brag about our little town for a moment. Freedom Fest was an absolute blast and a tremendous success for our town, our community. And honestly, a success that this town and hasn't seen in a long time in terms of an event or a festival. And I got to say, my expectations for the day were not only exceeded, but were blown out of the water. And it was fun, but it was hot. The fireworks were great, and just being able just to celebrate our country together with other citizens and just other Americans is always just an utter delight, especially in the land in this great land. And I'd like to just take a moment, if it's appropriate, just to single out Miss White, and thank you for all the work you've done. And she always does a great job. And I'd also like to recognize our town employees, who I watched throughout the entire day, and in those white T-shirts, work tirelessly throughout the heat. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. I even saw you, Jason, picking up trash throughout the day, and I just want to, thank y'all and let you know that your efforts do not go unnoticed. And thankful to our first responders, our fire department, and police officers being down there keeping us all safe. And I'll just say, the old Freedom Festivals 10 years ago, they had vendors lined up all throughout Front Street. Those were certainly a highlight of my childhood. And I truly believe that we can certainly get back to that, and that is a tangible and a feasible reality. And may next year's Freedom Festival be bigger and better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Okay, next I have Ginger Bratton. Ginger?
Well, I too am here to congratulate the town on all of their assistance to the rededication of the Richlands mural. It was a very uplifting event in the total cooperation of everyone that made that a success. And it looks like that in the future, other success will happen as they have right now in the past. So thank you very much. And I would also like to suggest, as I did when I made my statement on June the 14th, that the town of Richlands consider having the design of the Richlands mural, which is the past that makes the future better, as the designated design for murals in our community. So with that being said, again, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you from all the town employees, the police department, everyone that pitched in to make this a very uplifting and memorable event for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ginger. Ernest?
I've got a short list. Those, I've been told that they were getting more speed limit signs to put up in Hidden Valley. I was wondering when that would happen.
We're working through that process right now. I don't want to just single out specific areas for speed limit signs. We want to take a comprehensive approach, both on speeding, parking, and a couple of other areas to be able to work together on that. So it's probably about another month, month and a half, maybe 2 months at the very most away before we're going to be able to do that. Now, I will say that we've upped our patrols in some of those areas while we're working through that process, but we don't want to piecemeal this. We want to have a comprehensive speed system for the town.
Well, I come up Front Street there today, 25 mile an hour, and there's a up truck flew by me, probably doing 40. And you've seen on the news that the deaths on the highway in Virginia is up dramatically, and I think that's mostly because of speed. And I've mentioned this before about, is there a limit how long they can leave their trash cans out in the street?
I don't believe that the town has an ordinance or a code around that. Mike can correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not aware of one.
Okay. And when you come out of Hidden Valley, right there where it intersects against Ridge, there's all kind of these temporary business signs and stuff. They just fly over and they're left as trash. And there should be something done about that. And there's parking in the street up there, and I don't think that's, according to the county, when I lived up there before I come town, a deputy stopped and told some young ladies they couldn't park in the street. So there's a county ordinance anyway. And everybody you talk to is complaining about the deer. I know there's very little you can do about that, but we need to be looking into some things, because I'm down here on 2nd Street a month or two ago, and there's one run up an alley there between Hearst Scott and one down the alley there at Farm Bureau. And there's a 25 mile an hour sign there on just before you turn into Hidden Valley, before you get to that old grocery store. It's a curve sign, but it's got 25 miles per hour on it. And those cars coming out of town are exceeding 35. And that's dangerous with that new road. We had all them potholes. It was like speed bumps. They did slow down. They don't have to slow down now. And my understanding that the town doesn't give the food pantry any assistance. Is that true?
It's not, I don't believe we provide assistance. It's not to my knowledge, no, sir.
That's fine. But you charge them $45 a month for a dumpster.
They utilize a dumpster.
Yeah.
They have a dumpster.
Yes, sir.
The town picks it up.
Yes, sir.
But my idea is that food pantry supports a lot of people that live in this town. And it looks to me like the town could forgive that.
Mr. Edgell, each January, we open the town up for applications for groups like the food pantry who may need assistance or want assistance. And to my understanding, this year, they didn't request any assistance from us, so that's why we don't really address that. And
Well, they
also,
probably figured they wasn't gonna get any anyway.
well, they definitely won't get it if they don't ask.
Well, that's my thoughts too.
But
But,
just to make things fair for everyone, we would have to have them in January ask for some sort of assistance for us to be able to address that.
Okay.
I feel the same way about the speeding, but just so you know, I know I've talked to Chief Holt multiple times about, especially on Front Street, and we get these reports in our council packet every month, and like for the month of June, I mean, I used to look at these and it would say 0, 0, 0. And in the month of June, they've got 18 tickets written for speeding, 1 for reckless driving, failure to obey highway signs, cell phones, loud exhaust, failure to yield right of way, failure to obey a traffic light, failure to stop at a stop sign, following too close. So, I mean, they are, and then that's the tickets, that's not even the warnings, but I know that they are pounding the pavement, writing tickets.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
'Cause that's the only thing will retrain them people.
That's right. And we've talked about, just so you know, we've also talked about the possibility of reducing that speed limit on Front Street and a couple of the side streets
Well,
that
that's
are,
25 mile an hour.
yeah.
If you got
And
any slower than that, you'd be walking.
Pardon me. I'm sorry. Ernest, a few minutes ago, the big bell went off. It's a 3-minute time
I know.
period. Anything else you want to talk about right now?
No, I had my list. I got to the end of it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ernest. We appreciate
thanks,
it.
Mr. Edgell.
Mr. May, we will thank you and your wife for watering the flowers.
Yes. That's going to come up.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah, I'm going to mention that in my comments. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ernest. Okay. We're now on Roman numeral 7, agenda items. And first, we have Fire Chief Retired Badge Number. I will defer to Jason May on this, but I also will tell you that Rudy Keith had contacted me, and I'll tell you more later. Go ahead.
So I'll be brief. We announced Rudy Keith Jr. as our fire chief, I believe about 2 months ago. And during that iteration, I believe that Chief Keith has reached out to the Puckett family. I won't speak too much. I'll allow Chief Keith to speak to his relationship with Chief Puckett. But he's asked the family, when Chief Puckett passed away, his badge number was retired by the town through a resolution. He has had conversations with the Puckett family to ask to have that badge number unretired while Chief Keith is chief, and then have that badge retired once Chief Keith no longer is the chief and he retires. I think that's really the extent of my involvement with this. Chief Keith, do you want to come up and speak for just a moment?
Please do, Keith.
Well, like I told you, I'm gonna try to wing it. I did not do no formal letter. I joined the fire service in 1994, April to be exact. Chief Puckett passed away April the 28th, 1999. 4 years of what I got to experience under his command, and the respect that I had for him is well and beyond. An honor for me to take his badge number that was retired in May of 1999, being the badge number of 201. It's a great honor. As Mr. May spoke, I reached out to his son, Andrew Puckett, Kim, his daughter, all of his family, his brothers. I've talked to everyone leading up to this. And like you said, Rod, we had a conversation the other evening. Andrew was trying to get a hold of you. He was hoping to make it, but he's now the assistant chief in Sevier County, Tennessee. So, you know, his days off are limited. They did give me the blessing. The first time my conversation with Andrew was in Sevierville, Tennessee, at a restaurant with him, one of his sons, and my wife. They worked through it. I come back to Virginia. I talked to Kim. I've talked to everybody else, and they approved it. As your conversation the other evening on the phone. And that's what I'm asking is, on my behalf, I can take 200, I can take 202. I've had 202 for 14 years, 15 years, but I want to go back to the number that set it in stone for me in 1994, and that was 201.
I think that's totally appropriate, and I have things to add, but you want to finish your statements, please. Feel free.
Like I said, it's just a true honor for Drew. That's where it goes to.
I totally agree with that. And Mike, do you have something prepared for this?
I do. I have a resolution here.
Is it in our packet that we've gotten?
It should be titled as Resolution R-2022
2024-08-03.
Please. I've got it right here. Thank you. We just got these, and I do appreciate it. Go ahead, Mike.
One thing I would like to point out is a resolution, we need to change that 08 to 07.
So it should be Resolution 2024-07.
-03.
Council, can you change that, please? All right, so Rudy, if you'll hang tight just a minute, could you read this resolution, please?
I can. Resolution R-2024-07-03. It's titled Unretirement of Fire Department Badge Number 201. Whereas the town of Richlands, Virginia previously retired badge number 201 in memory and honor of former Fire Chief Charlie Andrew Drew Puckett, who served as Fire Chief for the town of Richlands from 1977 to 1999. And whereas the town council of the town of Richlands formally adopted a resolution retiring such number and hereby states its desire to overturn such resolution. And whereas the current Fire Chief of the town of Richlands requests the ability to use such number during his term as Richlands Fire Chief, and whereas the family of former Fire Chief Charlie Andrew Drew Puckett agrees to its continued use. Now therefore be it resolved by the Town Council of the Town of Richlands, hereby unretires badge number 201 of the Richlands Fire Department in order for the current Fire Chief to use such badge number during his term in office.
Thank you, Mike. And please note, it says during his term in office. So this is truly a special honor for you and also for the legacy that Drew left. And thank you for recognizing that. We all learn from somebody. And I want to say thank you, Rudy Keith Jr. We probably should take a vote on this, but I have a few things to say. So is there a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll make that motion.
Rick makes the motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
And Gary makes the second. Is there any discussion on this resolution, this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council, and congratulations. Now, don't go away because we have a little picture-taking time here. It's important. Your family is here, but I have a few personal remarks about Drew Puckett. Drew Puckett and I graduated from high school together. I met him in the 4th grade. That's when we had a chicken coop at Richlands, and we went to school in a chicken coop in the 4th grade. It was the best year of my life, truly. And I can't explain why, but it really was. He was one of my best friends all through high school. Then after high school, we all have divergent paths. And I came back to Richlands in 71, I think, and there he was saying, "Welcome back, Rod." I'd been away to college, that's all. And his whole family has been that way. So I want to say thank you for carrying on the legacy of Drew Puckett. And I have my own personal one, not associated with fire, but because we were buddies. And I want to say thank you very much for recognizing this legacy that he gave you, and you're carrying it on. He threw the torch, and you picked it up, and you're carrying that forward. Thank you. And if I may, before we have pictures and other things I think you want to happen here, I don't know if this will work or not, but I ask council's indulgence here. If I can get him, let's just try. Maybe. Come here. He might not answer. This is Andrew Puckett. He might not answer, I don't know. It's his dad. Very close. And Kim worked for me. I mean, I know him. He might not answer, we'll find out.
Sir, how are you?
Mr. Andrew Puckett, Rod Curry here. We're in the middle of a town council meeting, and I have you on speakerphone. I'm right here with Rudy Keith and members of the council, his family, the town manager, and all the staff, and we've just passed a resolution to allow Rudy Keith Jr. to take the number of 201, which belonged to your dad. And I just want you, it's okay. Do you want to say something, Andrew, if you can?
I'd just like to thank everybody from the town of Richlands. Growing up there, growing up with my dad, and just getting to be part of the fire department was a huge part of my life, and it still is a part of my life. Knowing Chief Rudy Keith Jr. Pretty much from day one of firefighter also, it was a great honor just to be able to be kind of with him and watch him go from being a firefighter and move up. So when he came to me to ask, it was very nice for him to have came up to me and asked about me. So I'm just, just very happy that we were able to kind of keep a respect with my dad, but also to allow the department to just keep growing. And I thank you so much for doing that.
Andrew, thank you, and tell Kim hello, and we thank her too, and all the members of your family. We're appreciative for their service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Have a good evening. Here's Rudy.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, no problem.
Okay, Rudy, I think we need pictures, and I believe there's a helmet, other things that you would like. What do you have? Bring it up here, please. Oatmeal or somebody, come on up. Whoever got it.
He's been wanting the Sam Houston for many years.
No, but they have, there are those covenants that are
I
inside.
will, I promise. I got you, buddy. I appreciate you. I'm with Baptist Valley for 43. I was under Sonny Rhodes for many years, came chief. And we always wanted a Sam Houston helmet, and we couldn't afford it. At that time, they're about 400, and I don't know what they are now. But this is a good helmet. It's fought a lot of fires. And my use of it is I look at it momentarily each day I did, and a lot of memories. I told her coming down the road, I said, "You see that?" She goes, "Yeah." That was the top of a 2x6 or a 2x8 fell out and hit us in a house fire. Didn't even know it was done until we got out. But I passed it over to him and council and members and whatever. You've got a guy that believes in people. You've got a guy that knows the system inside and out. You got a guy that is a leader. He was taught the right way. He's still teaching the right way. In different places that I go, they know that he's a relative of mine, being my son, and they tell me what an outstanding person he is. And I'm proud of him. He's came a long way. But we all started, when I first started, we started Baptist Valley. We had a 50 model Ford truck. We'd have to run a line out of it to put in the radiator to fight fires. You say, oh yeah, we did. But the bottom line, they got good equipment, they got good training, they got good personnel behind them, and that's what it takes to be a fire department. Because if you don't have a guy watching your back, you usually don't survive too well in the fire service. But to him, and I appreciate you folks again, and don't you worry about him doing the job. You don't have to worry about that. Between his men he's got behind him and him, I guarantee you that it will be done the right way. And if it's not, you'll see faces change, because that's the way it should be. But son, I'm proud of you, and you take that Sam Houston and burn them to the ground, because it's a good one.
Mr. Keith, hold on, don't move.
Thank you.
She wants to get a picture. We need pictures too.
Okay. Keep smiling, son.
You have to set the example.
I was gonna say, maybe you should smile.
Well,
You are smiling.
I was thinking of something else at that time.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thought I'd smile later, maybe.
You're good. Okay, and can we have all the other people who work with Rudy? I see lots of town people. Please come up here. Please, please, please. And pictures, then we'll get the council, okay? This is a big deal.
Yes, it is. No, you ain't. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Sounds like a family feud. I'm out.
No,
I'm
your
done.
daddy knows best, son. When they drop down, they're flash bulbs.
Just let me out.
How you doing?
Council, please come over here. We want to get pictures.
Can we get,
We just do it from behind. We'll just stay behind,
All
Ron.
right, we'll go.
I'll get on my tiptoes.
I'll just stand right here, okay?
Ronnie, y'all can tighten up a little bit better.
Let's go this way. There we go. We got it. We got holes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you. But try your hat on there, son.
I've had this on before.
That ain't what I asked you. I said try it
I've
on.
had this on before, trust me. When I was a kid, yeah.
73, it takes a lot of man to wear that much, don't it? What I think.
It'd be nice for you to put that on and get a picture.
You know, that's exactly what I just told you. Put unleash it, right here, Judge. No, you gotta unleash it, son. That big old head won't go in there. What a man.
Leather shield.
You could shake his hand, Dad.
Thank you, Jimmy.
I just let part, I'm so sorry.
Come on up here, Luther.
This is pictorial history. We have to. Agreed.
My God. Thank you, gentlemen,
Thank you
ladies,
all.
thank you all so much.
That's it, that's, Go through that with Andrew. And, you know, after we had the discussion, I called him, and, like I said, I hated to make a trip to Seville, but it's really where my second home is. And he was busy, he said, I'll meet you, come to my fire station, and give me the address, we showed up there, we went out to eat dinner with his family. You know, I've known Andrew since he was probably 13 years old, you know, and I really felt like the route that I needed to go to with this was through him. Because when you look at Drew and you look at Andrew, all it is years difference. I mean, they're spitting in. And Andrew he was in Maryville, Tennessee for years, and he just transferred to Sevier County as assistant chief. So he's done well for his career. And it was just a true honor, you know, to go back to the 201. If you look at the burn building, that address is 201.
Thank you very much, Rudy. It is quite an honor. Thank you. Council, may we have a 10-minute recess, please? Thank you. Ready? This meeting of the Richlands Town Council will now come to order. We are now on the agenda, we're on Roman numeral 7. C, Planning Commission recommendations. Gary, do you have recommendations for the Planning Commission?
Yes, I reckon that we're going to submit our applicants to the planning commission at the next meeting to look over them to submit to council.
Okay, well, we have,
No, so we have 3 open vacancies right now. Miss Ellswick, excuse me, I want to make sure I'm on the right one for
You are.
Planning Commission. So Miss Holmes and Miss Ellswick have both agreed to be reappointed.
Right.
Mr. Smith has not, and so what we were looking for this evening was to be able to reappoint Elaine Holmes and Michelle Ellswick back to the Planning Commission, and then to be able to take nominations to take back to the Planning Commission for the 3rd open spot.
okay. So is there a motion to, is it Michelle Ellswick and Elaine Holmes?
Elaine Holmes.
To renew their terms?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Rick makes the motion to renew the terms of Michelle Ellswick and Elaine Holmes.
I second.
And there's a second. A motion made by Rick and a second made by Gary. Is there any discussion on this motion to reappoint these 2 members? Okay. There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
I got one question.
Yeah?
This says June 30th, so will that change the time?
No, sir, I double checked in our charter, they remain on the commission until they're either reappointed or a new member is appointed in their place.
So what this does is just gives them a full 4-year term.
Yes, okay, that's what I was after.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any other questions on this motion? Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please, Amanda?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Now, the third, Jason, get me straight here.
So we still have 1 open seat on the Planning Commission. It's my understanding that the process in the past has been is that there's nominations from council that go back to the Planning Commission, and then the Planning Commission makes their recommendation to full council. If I'm misunderstanding that process, please correct me. This is my first open seat that we've done.
Well, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. What I was wondering, does the commission want to come forward with suggestions? I don't know is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. So I believe the commission will meet in August to make recommendations, and we'll have those for council at the August meeting.
Okay, so, council, your desire, please.
I think it would be more important for the council to make recommendations to the planning commission to have them reviewed. You know, this is an elected position where you're elected to serve, and we appoint them to serve at the pleasure and will of the council. I recommend that we make the recommendations. They can review those and make a recommendation from those if they want.
Okay.
But I believe that those nominations should come from us.
Okay, and Seth, I don't disagree. One thing, I think, I asked Jason this. We have had the procedure that we had applications and they were reviewed. And then we have also had just nominated people, put them on commissions and committees. So I asked him what we're following. And if I understood you right, Jason, you said the application process? Did I misunderstand?
Because we took applications before. I don't know if you remember this, but
Yes.
because I was trying to explain this to Jason.
Yes, I did. That's what I'm
earlier.
asking.
So we took applications before, and I think there might be some left. I know one for sure, but I thought there was one, but there might be. Yeah, so there might be a couple of them.
So those people could be considered, right?
Yeah, right.
And then if anybody else, I'm trying to get this, I happen to think you're right on this. If anybody else wants to be on the commission, they could submit an application. We used to do that online, have something online. Do we still do that on our official Facebook page? Do you remember that?
I do remember it. I don't know if it's still there because it kind of.
It faded.
It kind of faded. I think Seth is on the right track because at the end of the day, it's
Council's
It's the
decision.
council's decision, so, I mean, but, the bottom line is, planning commission will look at who we're putting forward, and they'll say, oh.
We recommend this,
Yeah,
Okay.
ABC, whatever.
Well, how would council like to proceed? To look at the applications that we have on file? Is that what you're saying?
I'm fine with that.
And then any other new applications people want to serve, they can do it, and the council will review it and make a recommendation to, or the planning commission can make a recommendation, but it comes from the council.
Gary,
get
what
what
do
you're
you
saying.
think? Because you know the planning commission better.
I mean, either way, it's still gotta come back to be approved. by
From the council, yeah.
So, council wants to do it first, it's really, don't matter, if that's the case.
Well, I suggest this, that we take the applications that are on file. I know you had one, because you sent it to me, and I gave it to the manager at the time. And anybody else who has them, and anybody else who wants to do it, they could apply, and we could put that out on Facebook, and they could do it, and then we'll take the matter up in,
One suggestion,
August.
Mayor.
yes.
What I would recommend is the planning commission to make their recommendation and list the candidates in order of their recommendation. Now, I will remind everybody, that doesn't mean that we are going to take their recommendation, but at least that we can
Yes.
view it, we can see, okay, they ranked this person 1, this person 2, this person 3, because I don't want them just to send one name back to us. If they'll do it that way, then we can see their ranking system, and I just feel like that's much more appropriate. It gives us an opportunity, and,
I go with that.
Okay.
Everybody we good with that? So, Jason, can you facilitate our official Facebook page to advertise for that?
Yes, sir. We will get that information out tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay. So, next we have Roman numeral 7D, IEDA recommendations. What spots are available? Who's coming up? Tell us.
So we have two folks that are on the IEDA right now that are their terms have ended again on June 30th of 2024. Both members have stated they're open and would like to be reappointed. Those members are Cody Harmon and Lena Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell was finishing up a term, so this would give her a full term, and this would also give Mr. Harmon a full term as well. If you reappoint both of these, there are no other open seats on the IEDA at this moment.
And they're willing to serve.
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. Is there a motion to appoint Lena Mitchell and Cody Harmon?
I'll make that motion.
All right. There's a motion on the floor made by Rick, seconded by Jordan, to reappoint Lena Mitchell and Cody Harmon. Is there a second? You made the second. All right, there's a motion and the second on the floor. Is there any discussion on this motion? These people have served. Okay. There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
The motion is unanimous. So thank you, council, and thank you for these people who are willing to serve. We do appreciate it. So Jason, I'm sure you will facilitate the proper procedure to let them know and take their oaths or whatever they need to do.
Yes, sir, we'll get that taken care of.
And I think they do need to take an oath.
They do, yes, sir.
And the same with the planning commission,
Yes,
is that correct?
Yes, both do, and we'll get them in touch with with Ms. Hurst.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, next, we are on Roman numeral 7E, VDOT resolution. So let me find it here.
This was in the resolution that was handed out earlier. It's titled Resolution R 2024-08-02.
This is affirming commitment.
To fund locality share of projects under agreement with the Virginia Department of Transportation and provide signature authority.
Okay. Who would like to read this, please? Laura, would you mind to read it, please? Mhm. Thank you.
Just one change before you start. It should be 07 instead of 08.
So we're going to count, thank you, Mike. At the top, we're going to pick R-2024-0702. Is that correct, Mike? Okay, so make that change so we'll know what we're doing. Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
Resolution R 2024-0702, affirming commitment to fund the locality share of projects under agreement with the Virginia Department of Transportation and provide signature authority. Whereas the town of Richlands, Virginia is a recipient of the Virginia Department of Transportation funds under various programs for transportation-related projects. And whereas the Virginia Department of Transportation requires each locality by resolution to provide assurance of its commitment to funding its local share. And whereas the town council of the town of Richlands formally adopted resolution number R 2020-10-01, hereby restates its commitment to such resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by the town council of the town of Richlands hereby commits to fund its local share of preliminary engineering, right-of-way, and construction as applicable of the projects under agreement with the Virginia Department of Transportation in accordance with the project financial documents, and be it further resolved that the town manager and/or his designees is authorized to execute all agreements and/or addendums for any approved projects for the Virginia Department of Transportation. In witness whereof, the foregoing was adopted by the Town Council of Richlands, Virginia on this day of July 2024.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-0702?
So moved. Oh, sorry.
Laura makes the motion and Jan makes a second. Is that correct? Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay. There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Next, we have Roman numeral 7F, Water Connection Ordinance. This is 2024-0801, which is probably going to be, make sure I've got the right one. I think it's this right here. Right here. It says, be it ordained. Okay. Implement section 53.16, is that it, Mike? Okay, I'll read this one, okay. All right, ordinance number 2024-08. Do we need to change that, Mike?
No, this is an ordinance, so it'll have to be read
Leave
twice,
it.
so.
Leave it, okay. 0801, this is an ordinance. Implementation of new ordinance. Title 5, Administration, Chapter 53, Water and Electrical Systems. Be it ordained by the council of the town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to section 2.2, 2.32, and 3.47 of the town charter, that the council hereby implements section 53.16 of the town code regarding connecting to the current water system operated by the town. Section 53.16, connection with water system when system available. The owner of each house or building located in the town of Richlands where the water system of the town is made available by the town to the property or is currently available within the 50 feet shall connect the premises with such water. Such connection shall be in accordance with discontinuing the use of a private potable individual water well, provided the use of the private potable individual water well duly approved by the State Health Department may be continued for a period not to exceed 5 years, but at such time as the private potable individual water well is not approved by the State Health Department, the use thereof shall be discontinued, and such premise shall be connected to the town's water system as provided in this section. However, connections shall be mandatory if required by state or federal funding sources for the town. This is a first reading. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, I talked to you this afternoon, and he wants us, this is the first reading which can sustain for tonight, and we'll have a second reading in August. Is that correct? Okay, questions from the council? Any questions? Okay. Being no questions, we shall move forward. Okay, G, implementation of transient occupancy tax, ordinance 2024-0802, and we have a lengthy one here. Who would like to read this? This is also going to be a first reading. Is that correct, Mike?
That is correct.
Okay. Gordon, would you like to read it?
Sure.
All right. Thank you. Right here. Yes, sir.
Yep, on it.
Okay.
All right. Ordinance number 02-2408, implementation of new ordinance, Title III, Administration, Chapter 35, Taxation. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to 2.24 and 3.47 of the Town Charter, 58.1-3819 of the Virginia Code and 35.13 of the Richlands Town Code, that the council hereby implements section 35.70 through 35.79 of the Town Code regarding a new transient occupancy tax collected by the town. Transient occupancy tax. 35.70 definitions. The following words, terms, and phrases, when used in this chapter, shall have the meanings ascribed to them in this section, except where the context clearly indicates a different meaning. Accommodations. Any room or rooms, lodgings, or accommodations in any hotel, motel, inn, tourist camp, tourist cabin, camping grounds, club, short-term rental, or any other place in which rooms, lodging, space, or accommodations are regularly furnished to transients for a consideration. Accommodations does not include rooms or space offered by a person in the business of providing conference rooms, meeting space, or event space if the person does not also offer rooms available for overnight sleeping. Person. Any individual, sole proprietor, partner, partnership, firm, company, corporation, or any other similar type of entity engaged in the business of offering lodging to and collecting a fee from any other individual or person for such lodging. Transient. A person who for a period of less than 30 consecutive days, either at his own expense or at the expense of another, lodges or obtains lodging at any hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, tourist home, or similar place. Amount of levy. There is hereby imposed and levied by the town on each transient an occupancy tax in the amount of 8% of the charge made for each room rented to such transient. Such tax shall be collected from such transient at the time and in accordance with this article. Collection. Every person receiving any payment for lodging with respect to which a tax levied under this article shall collect the amount of such tax so imposed from the transient on whom such tax is levied, or from the person paying for the lodging at the time payment for such lodging is made. The tax required to be collected under this section shall be deemed to be held in trust by the person required to collect such taxes as provided in this article. Reports, 35.73, reports required. The person collecting any tax as provided in this article shall make out a report thereof on such forms and setting forth such information as the town treasurer may prescribe and require, showing the amount of lodging charges collected and taxes required to be collected. Such person shall sign and deliver such report to the town treasurer with remittance of the taxes collected, provided the amount is not delinquent at the time of payment. Such report and remittance is required by the town treasurer, covering taxes collected for each calendar month, on or before the 20th day of the month following the month in which the taxes are collected. 35.74, penalties for late payment. If any person shall fail or refuse to remit to the town treasurer the tax required to be collected and paid under this article within the time and in the amounts specified, there shall be added to such tax by the town treasurer a penalty in the amount of 10% thereof, and interest thereon at the rate of 10 per annum, which shall be computed upon the taxes and penalty from the first day of the month next following the month in which such taxes are due and payable. 35.75, failure to collect taxes or make reports. A, if any person whose duty it is to do so shall refuse to collect the tax imposed under this article or make timely reports and remittance thereof, the town treasurer shall proceed in such manner as is practicable to obtain facts and information on which to base an estimate of the tax due. As soon as the treasurer has procured whatever facts and information may be obtainable upon which to base the assessment of any tax payable by any person who has failed to collect, report, or remit such tax, penalty and interest provided in this article, and the treasurer shall notify the person by registered mail sent to the person's last known address of the amount of such tax, penalty, and interest. The total amount thereof shall be payable 10 days after the date such notice is sent. B, in the event no information is received on which to base an estimate of the tax due, the town treasurer may issue a summons for such person, and the summons may be served upon such person by any town officer in the manner provided by law, and the treasurer may seek a conviction or judgment in the general district court of the county or other remedy, including injunction against such person. 35.76 records. It shall be the duty of every person liable for the collection any payment to the town of any tax imposed by this article to keep and preserve for a period of 4 years all suitable records as may be necessary to determine the amount of tax due to have been collected and paid to the town treasurer, or a designated representative may inspect such records at all reasonable times.
Jordan, thank you. That's quite a bit. Thank you very much. All right, that serves as our first reading. Is that correct, Mike? And Mike, may I suggest, if you look at the second page under 35.73, town, T-O, got it? Thank you. Okay, we'll fix them. Thank you. Okay. Now, we have next, Roman numeral 7, H, opioid settlement resolution. Hold on. We have here a resolution. Seth, would you mind to read this one for us? It's Resolution R 2024-08. Do you want to change that to 7?
Yes, we can change that one to 7.
So we'll change it to 07-01. Seth, will you do it? Thank you.
Yes. Resolution R 2024-07-01. A resolution of the Town of Richlands Town Council approving of the town's participation in the proposed settlement of opioid-related claims against Kroger and its related corporate entities, and directing the town's attorney and/or the town manager to execute the documents necessary to effectuate the town's participation in the settlements. Whereas the opioid epidemic that has cost thousands of human lives across the country also impacts the town of Richlands by adversely impacting the delivery of emergency medical, law enforcement, criminal justice, mental health, and substance abuse services, and other services by the town of Richlands' various departments and agencies. And whereas the town of Richlands has been required and will continue to be required to allocate substantial taxpayer dollars, resources, staff, energy, and time to address the damage to the opioid epidemic has caused and continues to cause the citizens of the town of Richlands. Whereas the town of Richlands has filed suit against Kroger and certain of its related corporate entities for the role in the distribution, manufacture, and sale of the pharmaceutical opioid products that have fueled the opioid epidemic that has harmed the town of Richlands. Whereas the town of Richlands suit seeks recovery of the public funds previously expended and to expend in the future to abate the consequences and harms of the opioid epidemic. And whereas the settlement proposals have been negotiated that will cause Kroger to pay billions of dollars nationwide to resolve opioid-related claims against them. Whereas the town of Richlands has approved and adopted the Virginia Opioid Abatement Fund and Settlement Allocation Memorandum of Understanding, the Virginia MOU, and affirms the pending settlement with Kroger shall be considered settlements that are subject to the Virginia MOU and shall be administered and allocated in the same manner as the opioid settlements entered into previously with the distributors and Janssen. And whereas the town of Richlands Outside Opioid Litigation Council has recommended that the town participate in the settlements in order to recover its share of the funds that the settlement would provide. And whereas the town attorney has reviewed the available information in the proposed settlements and concurs with the recommendation of the outside counsel. Now therefore be it resolved that the town of Richlands Town Council this 9th day of July 2024 approves the town of Richlands' participation in the proposed settlement of opioid-related claims against Kroger and its related corporate entities, and directs the town attorney and/or town manager to execute the documents necessary to effectuate the town of Richlands' participation in the settlements, including the required release of claims against settling entities. In witness whereof, the foregoing was adopted by the Town Council of Richlands, Virginia, on this 9th day of July, 2024.
Seth, thank you very much. Okay, are there any questions on this resolution, or would council like to make a motion to adopt it?
Just one question.
Yes.
Did we have a ballpark settlement number?
So this is one, we approved one about a year ago. This is actually one that Richlands is not going to see anything directly. It just goes to the county. And any town that has previously been involved in this, the outside counsel is basically asking for Richlands to give the thumbs up to get 100%. And that's supposed to help out getting Tazewell County more funds. So as far as the dollar amount, I don't have that. But
Are we going to ask them to share?
I'm sorry?
Are we going to ask the county to share?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know is that,
That's a good question,
Yeah.
Seth. That was my question, too. So any funds that are gained from this would go to the county, and then if we get some, we'll have to ask for it. Is that what we're saying?
That is my understanding.
We should probably ask quickly because they are already allocating that money. They've already had requests for money and they keep saying, we'll talk about it next month, we'll talk about it, well, that month is gonna come up soon.
We will have a conversation soon.
Thank you.
And this
Okay.
just helps support them in getting the
Yeah.
funding.
I'll make the motion to pass the resolution, Mr. Mayor.
Seth makes the motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, and Gary makes a second. I have a question. Kroger, is this as in Kroger Corporation? Well,
Yes.
As in the grocery store chain?
It's the pharmacy.
The pharmacy of their chain? Okay, just checking. Okay, there's a motion on the floor made by Seth and seconded by Gary. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, for this resolution, are there any questions on this motion to adopt the resolution? Hearing no questions or discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Next, Roman numeral 7I, water and wastewater plant upgrades. Jason?
So thankfully, you don't have to read anything on this one. We've all read a good bit this evening. I want to give you some updates on the water and wastewater plant upgrades. Over the past probably 2 or 3 months at this point, we have been working through the rebid for the water treatment plant upgrade. This consisted of 4 contracts. Those contracts were put into a single RFP that was released. We had a fairly good turnout for the pre-bid information, to be able to ask questions, go see the plant, go through that process. Unfortunately, when it came to bids, we received 1. And we only received 1 bid on 3 of the 4 contracts. And those bids were very, very high, to the tune of about 75% over budget. So if we put the same accelerator on that 4th contract that we did not receive a bid, we're about $3.5 million over budget before we even begin. That's a problem that I have. We've gone through this process at least 3 times, to my understanding, going through the bid process, and we've gotten to this place, and then each time we're over budget. The past 2 times that I'm aware of, council has deferred to not do this project and to be able to wait to see if construction prices go down in the future, or if something or other else happens. Construction prices are not going to go down. I'm not a fortune teller, but I've been in capital for probably 25 years. There are members of this council that have been in construction for a very long time. Outside of immediately after the Great Recession, in 2008, you could probably go and build a house at that point in time for cheaper than you could have in 2007. Outside of that one period of time, construction never is cheaper in the future than it is right now. It's never. And in fact, quite the contrary has been happening over the past 3 years, as most citizens have been working through inflation that you see at the grocery store, where the box of Goldfish or Ritz crackers that you buy have gone up by 8-9% over the past 2 years. Construction, especially labor in construction, has gone up 20-25% month over month. So, I mean, we're seeing massive increases in it. When I was in Richmond, I had a fire station that was originally bid out, had bids in hand for $12 million. By the time I got to be able to do construction, it had increased $3 million on me. My bids moved to $15 million. This is not something that is going to get cheaper in the out years. But what I would like to ask council for is the ability to be able to go and bring in an additional engineering firm to look at these plans, look at what we're doing. This RFP was not put on EVA. It was not done the way that I would have normally have seen an RFP. To be able to do 4 contracts in a single RFP seems a little contrary to what my experience has been in the past. I did not ask because I'm coming to this project from behind. At this point in time, I think this project has been around for almost 10 years, maybe longer, that we've been talking through doing this. These upgrades are important and they are necessary. They are incredibly necessary. I believe that when Mr. Monday was here, he walked through and brought you a ladder from one of the tank storage, the storage tanks that we have. That's the level of work that we're working, the level of materials that we're using right now. We have to do this upgrade. What I want to be able to see is there areas where we can either value engineer or phase this? Because again, I don't have to do my tank upgrades at the same point in time that I do pump upgrades, at the same point in time that I do basin upgrades. That's part of the reason why we phase out capital projects, is because oftentimes, especially in a smaller staffed entity like we are, it's difficult for a team of 8 with one director who has to manage the other 8 and manage a water treatment facility to also manage an additional $5 to $7 million capital project that's all happening at once. That's oftentimes why we phase these. The other thing is that anybody that's done residential construction, you don't oftentimes want the electrician there at the same point in time as the plumber because A, they don't get along, and B, they're going to be on top of each other. So what I would like for council to do this evening is to vote to be able to allow an RFP to bring on an additional engineering and project management firm to look at our project, to help us get to a place where we have a phased approach to this, that we can then look to be able to go back to VRA and be able to see what we can do. Every time we go to talk to VRA or to the Department of Health, they look solely at Richlands rates. I don't think that's fair. I've said that to the governor when he was here a few months ago. A large portion of the water that is created at the water treatment facility is not drank by citizens of Richlands. There is somebody right now in Russell County, nearly 100 miles away from us, who is drinking water that was made today in our plant. And so when we go and talk to VDH, to the Department of Health, and we go talk to the VRA, the Virginia Resource Authority, who provides the loans for this, they only look at my rates. That is why we are being asked to go up as high as we were on the sewer, and why now, if VRA wants to provide that additional loan that would be needed to be able to move forward on this project right now, they are going to come back and ask you to again increase water rates substantially. That's not fair to our citizens, because nobody is looking at what the PSA is charging. Nobody is looking at what Russell County is charging. Nobody is looking at what any of the other subsidiaries that buy water from us are charging. They are only looking at Richlands. I've made this comment in a couple of different arenas. We are not a traditional municipal water. When I've worked in other municipalities, you oftentimes end at your corporation boundaries. And if you provide water above and beyond your incorporation boundaries, you charge a different fee for that water, because it's inherent within our organization that there are tax dollars that are used to help subsidize, to a certain extent, the water and wastewater. My salary is one of those things. I run a water and wastewater facility at this point in time. My time is not separated out. The general management service fee helps cover some of that. But again, at the end of the day, there is an inherent overreach, or there's an inherent ability that the citizens of Richlands pay extra to go into the water, that the Tazewell County residents do not right now do that. That is one of the things that is frustrating from my point of view, is that we are still charging a water rate that we charged in 2006, and the PSA is charging $7 more than we are charging, which means they're out making money off of the water you are producing. That's not fair. That is not fair. That's why Tazewell, it bothers me when I see Tazewell County PSA riding down the road in brand new F-150s. Those should be town of Richland F-150s. You're selling water to your partners at a low enough rate where they're making money and you're not. And when it goes to be able to do the upgrades, they're not having to be able to go and have their rates looked at. Town of Richlands rates are being looked at. I don't think any of that is fair. I would like to be able to have the ability to be able to go out and be able to bring a new engineering and project management firm in to be able to look at this, to be able to assist Thompson and Lytton and the town as we go through this, to be able to understand what does the town need, because it's my understanding, and I wasn't involved with this, but it's my understanding that the upgrades to this point in time have involved very, very, very little of my team's time. My director of my wastewater treatment has only been in one meeting, part of these upgrades. The same with my water treatment facility director. That's one meeting. These are the individuals that are going to run this plant with these upgrades once it's done. I just, that drives me up the wall to be able to say that somebody else is going to do the work on something that I'm going to run and I have no involvement in the upgrade on it. That does not make sense to me. What I want to be able to do is to be able to look at how do we phase this and how do we bootstrap some of this, because you already have and have made the acknowledgement that you're going to make raises on water rates over the next 5 years. Small rates, not the $3 that we did on the sewer. Went up $1 on water. You're going up, I think, 65 cents on sewer next time around. These are not substantial. Again, someone that uses massive amounts of water like myself, I use 6,000, almost 7,000 gallons of water. I have teenage daughters and a son that like to take lots of baths and do lots of other things. This would be a $7 a month increase for me in a family of 5 in a house to be able to do that. But that provides the income that the town needs to be able to do some of these upgrades. I don't think you can do it all by yourself. You're going to need to have VRA at the table, but there are some pieces of this process that you can do in-house. And so that hasn't been a discussion to this point. What can the town take on? Cash fund. And then what do we need to take on debt? Because every time you take debt on, then the VRA is going to look at your rates to be able to see whether you have the money to be able to pay that debt service on there. And that gives them another opportunity to come in and tell the town of Richlands it needs to go up on its rates without telling anybody else that we sell water to that they need to go up on their rates or pay the town more for the water that we are providing. That brings me to the last thing that I would like to do. The current contract that I have with Tazewell County PSA is nearly 30 years old. It actually references a debt service process that we have paid off. We need a new contract. So I would like to ask the council for the RFP for the engineering and project management. But I would also like to be asked for council to give me the authority and Mike the authority to investigate what we need to do to give a notice that we plan on canceling this contract. We can't cancel it on a Tuesday because when Monday we decided there's going to be a time period that we'll have to do that. Mike and I can find that out. But I want a new contract with the PSA. And we need to be able to have that conversation because we're getting ready to go through an upgrade to be able to do this. And then there's the possibility that we very well may be sending 800,000 gallons of water a day to the Tazewell County PSA, who's then selling it to the Project Salmon Group. That is part of what we need to set up a new contract, not just to be able to provide them regular water, but to be able to have all of this put into a new contract that states out who's paying for what and who has the responsibility for what. More than happy to answer your questions. I know I just laid a lot on you.
First, thank you very much, Jason. I think we're all on board with that. So we have talking about two things here. One, you would like a motion to authorize you to seek an RFP for an engineering firm
Yes,
to
sir.
assist. And second motion would consist of authorizing you and Mike to investigate a new contract.
Yes, sir.
Do you want those in two separate motions?
If I could.
I think it would be wise.
I will gladly make the motion for you to, we'll start with the RFP, to put out that RFP for additional engineering services.
Okay, there's a motion
Second.
on the floor made by Laura and seconded by Seth, correct? All right, any discussion on this motion to authorize Jason to have an RFP for additional engineering services?
The only thing I would say is that Jason brought up a critical point in this, that the RFP process we just went through for these bids was not put on Electronic Virginia. That is alarming. This is a huge project, and we paid $14,000 for them to advertise, and they just didn't see fit to push a button to put it on an electronic advertising service. I find that that's a problem. They probably don't think that it's a problem, but I can tell you that when I served on the Tazewell County Board of Supervisors, I was able to pass a motion that all of our bids are to be placed on Electronic Virginia. I'm going to do that same thing tonight in my council concerns, that we're going to do that here. There's no reason. It doesn't cost us anything. It's free for us to do it, and it really doesn't take that long once you understand and know the process of doing it. And I guarantee you that every bid that Jason put out in Richmond was put through Electronic Virginia. You get more bids. We found out you got better bids, more bids, and competition means that we save dollars here. When you don't do that, I find that you're hiding something, or the appearance that you're hiding something is what happens from that. So that was very alarming to me, and I just think what we're doing right now is the same process that we took on the landfill years ago when I was on the board. We saved ourselves millions of dollars by bringing in the original engineers for the landfills and found out we didn't need to do what they were recommending for us to do. This will be a small amount of money. It'll be well invested, and I completely agree we need to do this.
Thank you, Seth. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion on this motion?
I'm a little bit upset about the $14,000. That don't make sense to me. We didn't get what we were supposed to get. I have a problem with that. That's the reason I question.
Also remember, that's the second $14,000 check we wrote.
Again, that's part of the process to be able to go back. We'll have to pay another $14,000 to someone else to be able to go through the bid process. And that's going to be the charge to be able to go through that. I understand. I'm not happy at all with the results of it. I would be a little bit more open to the charge if I was getting more than one bid and I was getting more than getting bids on all of my contracts.
Most companies that builds water and sewer treatment plant, and I've told you this once before. Yes, sir. They have their own engineer that works for them. They can come in, study what we need, and do it. That's what we need. I mean, we can start all over with engineering. We're right back to the same point, I think, down the road.
Well, and I don't want to restart with engineering. I want to keep the engineering that we have now. What I want to be able to understand, and what my experience tells me is that, yes, I'm going to have a single company is going to do my pump stations. But so separate that out and do that as a single RFP. Don't have that as a single RFP with 4 different contracts in it.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense that way. It's the equivalent of going in. They're trying to do 2 things at once, at least from what I can see. If I had a CM at risk, if I had a construction management at risk, and I had a guaranteed maximum price, by all means, go right ahead and do what you're doing. Put all the contracts out and be able to go do that. But I don't have a CM at risk. I don't have a construction management. I'm doing a design bid build is what I'm doing, but they're acting as though I have a CM at risk. And they're conflating the two, and it's putting us in the middle, holding the bag at the end of it to be able to cover the cost for it. So I don't think we need to go back to the original drawing board. What I want to be able to do is sit down in a room with my team members of TNL and a different engineering firm, and be able to go and say, what is it that I have to do? What does the Virginia Department of Health require that I do? And then what are the nice to haves after that? But if I need to understand everything that VDH is requiring me to do, that's the level that I want to start with. There's always the ability to bring in something or other that may save us time or efficiency or be more effective in the future. But right now, what we've done is we have been playing with this project for a very long time. We need to get what needs to be upgraded. Then we can start to talk. There's always work to be done at a water treatment. You can go to any water treatment facility in this country right now, and that director will give you a list of at least 5 things that they need to get fixed tomorrow. When you're dealing with this much water and this much chlorine and this much, the fluoride and some of the other things that you're dealing with, in those large volumes can be toxic. So you always are having to do upgrades on these facilities. What you need to understand, though, is what is the requirement. It's trying to think of the best analogy to be able to come up with, and to me, it's almost like the kid that's trying to graduate from college and he needs to know exactly what grade he has to get in the last test to be able to get his degree. That's what I want to understand. Do I need to make a 77 on this, or do I need to make a 72? That's what I want to understand, because I'm not trying to take the analogy too far, but I have other things I want to go do other than study for this test. And so I need to understand, what is it that I need to get on this test in order to be able to move forward, if that analogy holds for it.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just one last thing.
Go ahead, Seth.
Mr. May, I just want to be clear and make sure this is clear. When you do your RFP and you meet with these firms, I want them to understand that they work for us, and that any correspondence between them and Thompson and Litton will also include you. Correct. And that is, it has to be established that way, it has to be set up that way, and there'll be no conversation that you're not privy to.
I plan on running this process in the very akin to an OAC meeting, an owner, architect, contractor meeting. And basically what I have is I have two architects and one that's operating as a contractor. And I just need both of them to agree. And again, if both of my engineering firms agree to be able to say, yes, this is something that has to be done, move forward and be able to get it done. Let's figure out how to finance this, be able to get this taken care of, and when is it necessary to be able to do. That's what I want to be able to lay out. But yes, sir, none of this happens. I'm paying everybody. So at the end of the day, if I'm writing the checks, I need to be involved in every meeting that you have. You shouldn't be having meetings that are not involved in it. That's part of what the problem that I have right now is that Ronnie can attest. When we go and have meetings to have conversations on this, Tazewell County PSA is always there. And this is where I need to not have Tazewell County PSA to be able to be there. I need to be able to meet with my engineering and project management firm separate and apart to my partners that are a part of my water system. That's what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to focus on Richlands. If that's beneficial to Tazewell County PSA, so be it. That's great. I want to be able to help where I can. I want win-wins when I can. But if it comes down to brass tacks and it's whether this is good for Richlands or good for the Tazewell County PSA, Richlands is always coming first. That's what's the signet that's up there, and that's what the sign that's on my check. So that's what we need to do. We've got to focus on the town. That's where we've got to be able to focus on, and we need to get new contracts in place to be able to do that.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Anyone else with comments?
I just want to thank you for your diligence in catching this, because you guys at that table there, we could continue down the wrong path for another $1 million and be regretting it in a year, or we could stop it right now. So I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you. Any other comments? So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Being no further discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Jason, you may proceed.
And I will
The
even.
next thing we need to do is a motion for the renewal of our renegotiated contract with the PSA.
And I will even happier make that motion. Do what you got to do with.
Okay, Laura makes the
Doing
motion
that.
and Jordan makes a second. All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor to renegotiate a contract with the PSA. Is there any discussion on this motion? Yes.
Is there an ending date on that contract?
Not that I'm aware of right now, no, ma'am. That's one that that's where we have a tendency, or at least past councils have had a tendency to have the auto renew aspect to it without an end date, and really oftentimes without renewals. They're just contracts that seem to kind of hang around there. They're almost like Frankenstein contracts in a way, where they are there and I guess still hold some weight, but they refer to incidences that happened 20, 30 years ago. And again, this one refers to a debt service that's been paid off for quite a number of years.
Okay.
We need to redo that often,
Yes, sir.
so we don't lose money at this like we did.
Well, it was clearly done that way intentionally. And the point to that is, just what you just said, it's always the tail wagging the dog. We're writing the checks, we're spending the money, our citizens are paying for everything, and they're getting the benefit from it. And no one is paying the same rent that you paid 30 years ago, unless you're in rent control in New York City, and it's still going to be a lot more than it would be here. But that's not a realistic thing. No one does that. And we've been taken advantage of, and with poor management, no one has caught this or stepped up to do anything. The only thing that I would ask, Mr. May, is that when you go, I'd like to go with you. If you set a meeting or they come here or whatever, if it's okay with the mayor and the rest of the council, I'd like to attend and be a part of that.
Which meeting's that?
To meet, when they meet with the PSA to renegotiate.
Is there a reason for that?
I've just had experience. I served on the PSA and through the county before. And I'd just like to be a part of that.
I think that's a good idea. There have been other contract negotiations that previous council, and it involved the water and the salmon plant, the fish farm. I will never understand how those things happened, and I think that this council needs to put our best foot forward with the most competent people, and I think Seth's got the experience on that, so I'm fine with it.
All right, well, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other comments or discussion on the renegotiation of the project? There being no further discussion, but we have a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
It is unanimous, and Seth, as far as I'm concerned, that's fine.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any feelings about that? Okay, we're good. All right. We are Roman numeral 7, rescue collections. Jason?
Yes, Mayor. So we, at the June regular scheduled meeting, we discussed Mr. Gooch is no longer, his pending retirement, and he made a recommendation in his letter that we brought to you. I was asked to go back and look at the amounts for the past 3 years. It was 40,000, 40,000, and 10,000. So it's well above the 10,000 threshold for a professional service contract. So what I'm asking for this evening is the ability to move forward with an RFP to be able to request for proposals from others to be able to start taking the debt collection for our rescues.
Is there a motion to authorize the town manager to seek an RFP for debt collections?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Rick makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Laura makes a second. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. All right, this is great. Next, sanitation and holidays. Jason?
Yes, sir. So I spent some time today with our team members over on the sanitation team. I will tell you that they do some of the hardest work in this town, and we don't thank them enough. So I just would like to start off by saying thank you. Because I was on the truck today, and it was 100 degrees, and it's work. Those men are working from 7 in the morning until 3:30. Didn't get done today until 5. And it was well north of 100 degrees in the heat index today to be able to do that. These gentlemen are the backbone of this town, and something that needs to be appreciated a little bit more often than I think that they have been in the past. That's not what I want to speak about today. What I want to speak about is something that I think has been a pain for most of us that are here this evening, and that's the holiday schedule for sanitation. I've had some conversations with the sanitation team over the past couple of weeks and probably the past couple of months around this, and one of the things that they brought to me is that they would rather work those days, because on Memorial Day, when they have a Monday off, they get to take the day off, but they spend the rest of the week playing catch up. And when you're playing catch up on the back of a trash truck, it's not fun. And so they are constantly behind. They have citizens that complain. They hear those complaints. They have other things that happen along the way, and it just causes a congestion for them to be able to do that. What they have asked is to be able to allow to be work on those holidays. They would like 2 holidays is what they're looking at. Thanksgiving and Christmas, big family holidays, they want to be able to take those off for the day. And we will work around those 2 days to be able to do it. But what they are asking for is the ability to work Memorial Day, to work July 4th, to be able to work Juneteenth, to be able to work New Year's Day, to be able to work Veterans Day. because in their world, it makes life easier for them to come in, get the trash, and be able to do it. They have long routes. The route that we were on today, I think they collect from well north of 200 households. That doesn't sound like a lot until you're back on the back of a trash truck picking it up. When you take 200 and you add it to the next day, now all of a sudden it's not 200, it's 300 that I'm doing, and maybe 400 depending on what I'm trying to pick up. So that's where they're constantly from behind. That's where we see citizens complain that a trash can is not put up the right way with the lid put back on it. Well, they're trying to run. They're trying to run as fast as they can to be able to get caught up, because it's you're in a little bit of you're not doing well if you do, and you're not doing well if you don't. I'm trying not to use curse words in the council meeting, but to be able to do that, they're in a no-win situation. In order to be able to do this, I've conferred with Mike. Our current personnel policy would give them comp time. The problem that I have with comp time is that I have 6 individuals on these trucks. I have 2 trucks, 1 driver in each truck, and I have 2 guys riding on the back of it. One of them takes a holiday, it's a pain, because now I have to pull folks from the street crew to be able to go over. So I don't particularly want to give them compensatory time, to be able to give them extra time to be able to take off at a later date. What I would like to suggest, and we can be able to do this evening, is to be able to pay them the time and a half. That's the industry standard when you're working on a holiday, to be able to be paid that time and a half. It gives them the ability and gives them a benefit of coming in and working on those holidays to be able to do that. It makes life easier for everybody else, because we don't have to go and try to wonder what day is my trash going to get picked up on 4th of July. I know it's going to get picked up on Wednesday, because that's the day that my trash normally gets picked up. This would amount to about $3,000 to $4,000, depending on how we do this. This is not large amounts of money. But what this would allow is for us not to have to worry about sanitation or trash during those holidays. It would really create 2 holidays that we would have to talk through trash, and that would be Thanksgiving and it would be Christmas. And what we're trying to do right now is I'm hoping to have the new trash truck by those dates. If we do, then we will run a 3-truck crew during that, and we'll have some other folks get on the trash trucks to be able to get caught up. So what I'm asking for this evening is the ability to amend the holiday schedule for our sanitation crew to have 2 holidays. For the other remaining holidays that they would be working on, they would be paid time and a half, and to be able to do that going forward. I'm more than happy to answer your question, because I see some confused faces.
So they get the time and a half instead of?
Instead of the compensatory time, yes, ma'am.
I'll make the motion to
The
allow
only thing
them.
that I got to ask you.
Yes, sir.
I understand what you're trying to do, but the landfill's not open.
Yes, sir. But they can go and be able to pick up all of the trash that they can during the day. They can fill up their trash trucks all the way during that day. So they can go, the last thing they'll do before the holiday is go and empty their trash trucks, and then they'll spend all day filling those trash trucks up to be able to empty them the next day.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it, just if the county would work with us.
Yep. We will work around that to make sure that I have 3 trash trucks right now. I'll have 4 here in hopefully about 3 or 4 months. That gives me 2 trash trucks. I can fill one up and then go get the other and fill it up, and then I can go dump both of them when the landfill is open.
And in regards to that too, unless some changes, the county has appropriated the funds
Yes, sir, they have.
to fix the transfer station for us. And so that, it's going to take some time, but it's still going to help us when we can be able to do that.
That's good. Okay, so Laura has a motion on the floor, I think. Is that correct? To authorize a change in procedures, so for our sanitation department. So is there a second? Jan makes a second. Any discussion on this motion?
And so everybody is good with this. They do want to do this.
Yes, sir.
I just don't want people to say we're forcing people to work on a holiday.
Yes, sir. And I spoke to them today about that to make sure. I've spoken with all 6 of the members on that team, and all 6 have stated with no uncertain terms that's what they want to do. In fact, they wanted to make sure that I was bringing it for this evening.
They're being rewarded too by getting paid time and a half
Yes,
as well.
absolutely. Well, I think it's a great thing, and it helps everybody concerned all the way around. So there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. So Jason, you may proceed with that change.
Thank you, council.
May we
Jason,
take
they
one more
get
break?
holiday pay that day too, plus time and a half.
No, sir, they'll just get the time and a half. That would be,
Really ain't fair to them.
what's that?
That really ain't fair to them. Because we're taking away 8 hours that we're giving them anyway. So we're gonna have to rethink it after I sit here and think about it. Because they would get holiday pay, okay? You'll be home that day.
Yes, sir.
You get paid,
Yes, sir.
okay? These guys are working,
Getting half.
and they're just getting time and half. They're losing their 8 hours pay.
They don't get over, to my understanding, they wouldn't get overtime in a holiday week anyway.
No, sir.
Yeah, but
So-
they're losing 8
Yeah, but
hours
he-
of
he's-
free pay.
In addition. to
I
that,
agree with that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're taking 8 hours of pay from these guys.
away, right?
No, we're taking 8 hours.
1.5, so you're at 12.
Yeah.
Subtract 8, you're
Back a half a day.
So would a more appropriate way to be able to do it, do double time?
That's the only way you can do it is double time.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion we just passed.
Yes, sir.
So we need to think
We
about
can
this.
rescind this. I'm fine with double time.
Because, I
That's-
mean, if you think about it, these people deserves time off. They're giving us that.
Yes, sir.
absolutely.
Yes,
The
sir.
8 hours that
You're
they're
right.
losing, I think we need to give them double time for that.
I
I'm
would
fine
defer
with
to
that.
We
Mike.
just rescind the,
I would
the last.
defer to you for the proper procedure here.
Yeah, since everybody was in the majority, somebody can make the motion to reconsider.
I'll
and
make
then
that
second it.
motion.
To reconsider, rescind, and then redo it, what's the best
We
way?
just reconsider it and then amend the motion.
Okay.
I'll do that.
There's a motion to reconsider the motion we just passed. All right, and, all right, is there a second to the reconsideration?
Jan did that.
All right, second. Any discussion on this motion to reconsider? There being no discussion, roll call vote, please.
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you,
And
council.
now I'll make the motion
Now
to
we need
amend.
to make a motion. Go ahead.
I'll make the motion to amend that motion to give the employees double time on these.
I just want to be fair about it.
Absolutely.
No, I agree.
That's a good thought.
I thought
Thank
you were gonna try to take it away altogether. And I've been in positions, I mean, anybody can use extra money, but man, that overtime, sometimes you would be so grateful for it,
You
so.
gotta think,
I-
they're giving up time that they could spend with their family, because they'd be off that day.
Mhm.
So that's some value to this town. I mean, we just.
Yeah. It's,
Do they,
you can't put a measure on it, honestly,
do they
but
know?
we're trying to.
If they try this and don't like it, do they know they can come to you and tell you that?
Yes.
Okay, as long as that's made crystal clear.
Okay.
I've informed them all that I have an open door policy.
Yeah.
I've invited several of them to come up and be able to do it. We want them to be here more often. I'll be honest with you, those gentlemen know this town better than just about anybody. And again, one of the things I joked with them today is that I'm going to have them start helping on potholes, because I could probably blindfold Ernie and Ward and be able to set them loose in Richlands, and they could be able to tell me where the potholes are. They drive this town every week.
Well,
And so
it's
that-
true. They know the main roads and the back roads and the alleys and all that. So that's a good thing. All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Okay. Maybe have roll call vote, please.
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Now, Jason, we have even better news for our helpers. Okay, thank you.
Well, I just
All
want
right.
to be fair.
Thank you, Rick. That was a good point, a very good point. Okay, well, let's have a 10-minute recess. Thank you. This meeting of the Richlands Town Council is now back in session. We have finished, we're on Roman numeral 8, monthly financial report. Ronnie?
All right. Mr. Mayor, Town Council, I want to walk you through the results for May of 2024. And as we've been discussing for several months, there's been, quite a number of trends established where we have several departments where we've had lower expenses. We've had some revenue streams that, we're not seeing what was in the full budget. But I'll walk you through that, and then we'll, stop if we have any questions. So on the general fund, the lower expenses we have in finance, IT, community development, police, rescue, and street sanitation departments, same trend we've been talking, is a help to the budget of about $883,000. That is offset by some capital expenses of purchases that we have turned in, some of those into budget amendments, and some of those were also the offset from the opera funds that we use for payroll. The revenues, consumer, consumption, utility tax, personal property, sales taxes, other revenues, which most of that other revenues is the VDOT funds, which will come in, have come in June. And the garbage collections, those are down about 86.5% of budget. If we were looking at 11 months, we'd want to be at least 92, or it's equivalent to $1.2 million hurt. So the net of that's about a $400,000 net hurt in the general fund. When you look at the variances, whether they're permanent or timing, the sales tax proceeds and other revenues, their timing, the personal property taxes, garbage collections, and consumer consumption utility tax, those are some permanent differences, and I think we identified that in some of the year-end projections. Those have been tracking under for most of the year. The expenses that are lower, most of those have been a permanent difference. However, we did convert some of those to the June amendments that you'll see those up against your June results next month in the next meeting. So those will be all in June's activity. For the water, it's same trend. It's primarily lower revenues, permanent difference. The expenses are pretty much tracking on budget, and that's about $373K. For the sewer, similar trends where we've had lower revenues, a hurt of $350K, and then we've had some lower expenses of about $132, so that's a net of about a little over $200,000. All those differences, both revenues and expenses, are permanent for the year. The water sewer line maintenance, it's favorable by $116K to budget. That's 75. It's 75.7 year-to-date percentage, and we did have a small June budget amendment that we'll see that offset some of that next month, and that was for that boring machine. On the electric side, similar trend. Revenues have been lower, 84.4% of budget, or equivalent of $1.1 million, and that's been offset by lower expenses help of $658K, so that's about just right around $400,000 net hurt in that, which is very close to the net income for actuals for the year. Revenues and expenses, those were permanent differences. The capital was a permanent difference that was offset earlier in the year with some opera funds and used for payroll. So once again, the trends we identified 3 or 4 months ago have pretty much come to fruition, and we did make a lot of adjustments in June for a portion thereof of those benefits that we were seeing. Any questions on the income statement results? Okay. And then you have the detailed by line item income statements. If you have any questions on that, as you continue to review those line items, or need any transaction detail, just let me know. Okay, so moving on to the reserves. The unreserved cash balance in the general fund is a little over $4.4 million. That was a $108,000 increase from April. The projected balance, still using the same current policies. I do think we plan to revisit how some of these are tracked as far as the waterfall or tiers. No change there, still right around $2.1 million for these, the projected general fund. On the water department, the unreserved cash balance was about $1.1 million. It was a small decrease of $104,000, and a similar decrease on the projected of $114,000, taking it down to $711,000. On the sewer reserve balance, we're still tracking about $1.5 million negative. Once we get that one entry made, and it will be posted with our June 23 adjustments, we're still we've got the audits behind us, but now we got to get the systems caught up with those audit adjustments for those 2 years. Amanda's almost done with 22. It's going much better and quicker than we anticipated. So then our beginning balances, once we get 23 in there, will roll forward to the 24 July beginning balances, and that some of these differences should go away. But once again, a lot of that has to do with the lower revenues in the sewer. We should see that turn around this year. And then on the projected for sewer, there was no change from April. And then the electric department, anticipating maybe a question on that, the unreserved cash balance went down about $600,000, but I don't know if I've probably mentioned before, but the AMP payment, it sometimes will post end of the month or beginning of the next month, and it'll create like an extra 30-day payable. It's just timing, so that's what this is. It'll reset itself in June's activity. And then the projected balance is a negative $350,000, and that was also a $500,000 decrease from April. And that's all I had on the reserves, unless we have any questions on the reserves. But I'd have to say the 11 months have gone by pretty quick, or almost the year. And actually tomorrow's my 1-year anniversary as well. So
congratulations. We're very grateful to have you.
It's been great. It really
Thank
has.
You. Any questions for Ronnie? Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you again how much I appreciate the financial reports, because as a citizen, I spent countless amounts of dollars. Well, I did count it, thousands of dollars, getting these things month after month, and I never understood why the council wasn't more interested in seeing the details like this. And now, not only do we see it, you explain it to us, let us ask questions, but it's readily available for citizens.
Yeah, definitely.
And I appreciate it. And I'm glad you're here, and glad it's your 1-year anniversary, and hope you'll be here many, many more.
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you. Anyone else? Questions for Ronnie? We're very pleased that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll continue to evolve. We have some plans for the bank balances and cash balances as well, so you can start seeing that detail.
Good. That's great. Okay. Town manager report, attorney report.
I don't have anything additional. I've made y'all read too much today, so.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
I've got a question for Mike.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You was posted Ms. Cox over on North Street.
Mm-hmm.
You was supposed to have done some research there so we could get her driveway fixed. I went by there the other day, it's still not fixed, so.
That was something that I believe we did when Ron was here. and I had presented an easement for that, and I believe that was something that she either wanted to pursue or did not want to pursue, and I was told at that point to stand down. If I remember correctly, was there anything?
You're correct on that.
I think that's right.
It was not on our end. We got an update about it. It was not on our end. But there,
It wasn't on our end?
yeah, yeah, Seth said it. She didn't want to sign it.
Let Jason follow up with Ron just to confirm that.
Yeah, because we've got a water line that's cut across our property,
Mhm.
and we don't have an easement for it.
We can get an easement for that. That's okay.
It's, excuse me, go ahead. You're fine.
I mean, if we ever needed that, Rick, we can get it because we can take that by eminent domain. Not that we want to have to do that, but that is the way that I had this. We'd never done this before, and
You just have to see what I was talking about for you to understand.
do what?
It's not like you're thinking.
I know, but I'm just saying if she doesn't want to give us an easement, we can't fix her driveway. And I remember the whole conversation was we offered it, but we have to have that before we can go on her property and do work. She would have to agree to give
I
us the
understand,
easement.
and I
Yeah.
ain't got a problem with it. I just wanted to report that it was happening. I didn't know.
That's my understanding of where we left it. If I need to do anything additional, please let me know, but that was my understanding is we left it at that.
Ask Ron and let's see what's,
You might get an update for us.
that's all I want.
I'll have an update for you at the August meeting.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, town manager report. Roman numeral 10, Jason.
I only have one thing that I was going to mention this evening. I think that we mentioned it earlier, the yard signs, they are back, and they're growing. I've asked Mike, we don't have any current ordinance or regulations around this. I do, however, have my right of way. And so what we can start to do is to be able to say, look, I'm gonna not allow signs in the right of way, in the town's right of way. I'll collect said sign, it'll be at town hall, you can come collect it, I'm not gonna take it. But I don't want them in the right of way. This would help deal with the glut of them down at the bottom of Hidden Valley. There's a couple of other spots right there where Veterans comes in, there seems to be a number of these. But I do think this is an all or nothing. And so from our point of view, from staff's point of view, we would prefer to do it all and just be able to put this out on Facebook and be able to say, look, we are starting to enforce our right-of-way, no yard signs in the right-of-way. If you find that your sign is no longer where you placed it, come to town hall and pick it up. That's as easy as this is. It don't have to require an ordinance, doesn't require resolution. Mike can attest to that if I'm misspeaking. But that would be, but I wouldn't want to be able to have council as a consensus on this, state that that's how you would like to be able to move forward on that. 100%.
Are these signs for advertisement of businesses or, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Most of
Variety
those
of
signs
things.
They're not so much yard signs. Yard sale and things like that, those generally go up for a couple of days before the yard sale and they're gone. We will, if they're up there 2 weeks later, then I will take those down and put those at town hall as well. But this
Who will be
allows
doing
us-
that? Who'll be taking them down?
But it'll be the public works street team.
Okay.
So again, or myself, I drive around on a regular basis, and go in the back of my car just as easy as I can.
I was just wondering if it's assigned to some.
No, I haven't gotten to that point yet. I wanted to be able to understand where council felt on this. We could work out the policy and bring that back at the August meeting, have you vote on it. But if you're in consensus of that's where how council would like to move forward.
We don't want that to happen. I just bring it all or nothing. If your sign is in the right of way, it's gone, and you can come over here and get it. And I'm all for 100% for
So
that.
that's why I asked who would be doing it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It does not need to be the police department,
No, because-
and you know that. That's happened in the past.
So, I said my piece, done.
So what do other towns do? Because is there any precedent that we've looked at? Because like it's a common thing. They're referred to as bandit signs for those like.
Are you talking about just in the right of way, or are you talking about just in yards
Just
in
so not in
general?
yards, but like the
Okay.
right of way. So that's what people do. It's just marketing.
I can just say from my personal experiences, I'll kind of piggyback off of what Seth said. I think 4 to 6 years ago, there was a highly contested race, and people had signs up in the right of way, and Tazewell went through and cleared them out, put them at their police departments or the town hall, and said, "Hey, you can come and get them," and it just kind of cleared out. And then I don't know if that's really been upheld in the future, but it was a political weapon that somebody used back then. I don't know who it was, but as far as the town has the right to use its right of ways and can clear those when they need to be. So as far as a precedent, I don't know if there's any precedent there other than you have the right to clear your right of way.
I think any other questions regarding this? I think we're pretty much in consensus that it's the right thing to do, and it's town property, town right of way, said and done.
So my team and I
that
will-
includes not only advertising for any products or services, it also includes political signs that are in the towns, on town property.
Yes, sir. So what we'll do is we'll have some a standard operating procedure for this. We'll have that available for council at the August meeting. If you approve that or amend it, if we get to a final on that, we'll place that on our Facebook page, on our website, and we'll start acting in accordance to that.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Jason. What else?
That was it. I've had a long day. I think that's all I need to report on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, council member reports. Laura.
I really don't have a lot of town stuff, just because, again, you guys are super easy to talk to, and any citizen concerns are addressed pretty quickly, so I don't have to bring it up in here. But Little League, I will never get all of those teams correct because there's a gazillion of them. But we have quite a few Little League teams who are battling for the state championship right now. They were hustlers at the Freedom Festival, raising money all day long in that heat, and good luck to them. And Freedom Festival. Thank you, Jan. She will sit here and say we were a team. But I'll say Jan did like 90%, I did like 10%. But it went off really, really well. I had a lot of comments that Jason May and his wife were picking up trash, emptying trash cans. People were shocked by even them being there, but, picking up the trash and everything. The town workers, oh my goodness, you would never believe how much time goes into even just the setup and breakdown, and every department was all hands on deck. Jason Shepard was instrumental in organizing all of that. Even the people in town hall, they were answering questions, taking the donations, taking all the vendor forms and fees, keeping that organized in a separate place, kept us organized completely. And I will say it once again, Jan White is the queen of festivals in Richlands. Cedar Bluff might have the fall, but summer belongs to Richlands, and we did it again. And throughout the process, Jan would keep saying things like, whoever does this next year, whoever does this next year. And in my head, I'm thinking, it's you, Jan, it's you. So thank you to everybody. And really, Mr. May, your presence being there is something the town has not seen. At the hottest part of the day, the sweatiest, stickiest part of the day, Jason and Jan both took off separate directions. I was kind of there by myself. WVVA happened to meander over and couldn't find anyone but me to be on there. But they asked me why I thought this Freedom Festival happened to be so big this year, even despite the heat. And I said to them, and I'll say it again, that I think that Richlands has a very renewed sense of hope and morale and community that we've not seen in years. Unity on the council, working together peacefully, the town actually getting things done, buildings repaired, roads being paved. Oh my goodness, the roads being paved. And I just think Richlands is in a whole new era here of hope and community and togetherness, unity. So thank you to everybody. I know I'm going to forget a dozen people who helped, but really Jan was instrumental in that Freedom Festival. So if you enjoyed the Freedom Festival, you can thank Miss White here. That's all I got.
Thank you, Laura. Jan?
I'm not going to repeat everything Laura said, but I just want to reiterate what she said about thanking everyone. And we do thank everyone, that helped, because each of you were a vital part of putting that festival on, and we really appreciate it. And I just can't say thank you enough to the town workers and the office staff for all the things that they did. And on another note, we seem to always be getting bad vibes, I guess, but I had a couple of calls from people about the paving on Kent's Ridge. The Mr. Witten in Hidden Valley and the Lewis family asked me to thank the council and the town workers for everything that they had done to get Kent's Ridge in great shape. And they said they knew that we couldn't surface the whole town, but they really appreciated having Kent's Ridge resurfaced. So they wanted me to convey those thoughts to you all. And also for the grappler truck picking up the trash and brush, people have been really happy about that. And I had a couple of calls thanking us for that. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Jan. Jordan?
Awesome. So I also don't have any complaints. So that's good. That's good. So I'm going to shout out Little League first. I've actually got the team. So let's run down through here. Coach Pitch Girls, District and Sectional, second place. Coach Pitch Boys, District 11, champions and third in sectionals. 9-10 Boys, District 11 champions. They traveled to Woodstock and went 1 and 2. 9 and 10 Girls, District 11 champs, and traveled to McLean this weekend for state. 11-12 Girls, District champs, and just finished state about 30 minutes ago. They came in third. So congratulations to all. Super impressed. The other thing I have is a question for Jason. I am getting asked a ton about the pool. Are we going to publish something about that, like ideas, possibilities out there? Like kids from 5 to adults, all ages are asking me.
Yes, sir. So we have the RFP out right now for the engineering services. What we're looking at internally is trying to think through what we want to do with the pool.
Okay.
Then we will meet with the design, the architect, the engineer to be able to help with the pool. I'll have a mock-up at that point in time. Our hope is to be able to have the mock-up as quick as we possibly can, if not at Labor Day, very soon after that. Because again, we know our plan at this point in time is once Labor Day happens and the current pool closes, we want to be as quick as we possibly can moving towards construction at that point in time. So we learned from the Greenway stage, when you have pictures and you have some designs or mock-ups of it, it squashes some of those questions. So that's what we're trying to do. It's one of the things that's going to be one of the first things we'll meet with the design for the pool services.
Okay. And if they have ideas, can I send them to you? I don't care to take them at all. I don't mind to listen at all.
We're open to any and all ideas at this point in time.
Good. So I will tell them to email them. That way they can be easily accessed.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah. Okay.
And my email address is be more than happy to be able to provide that.
Awesome. And the only other thing, I had a good conversation with Councilman Jackson last week in reference to solar. I think we should revisit that in terms of just putting them on the rooftops. None of this buyback, none of this crazy go all in. I think we should just explore. I won't steal Gary's thunder because I will butcher it, but I believe that putting them on the rooftops may be a benefit to our citizens, so we might want to revisit that. It's been about a year or two. Might be something to look into again. And that is all.
Thank you, Jordan. Rick?
Freedom Fest was great. Next year, we need to herd all the deer out of Hidden Valley down to the police station. Y'all can have a petting zoo. I'm just playing. The mowing on Birmingham Road, if you will look at that, and I've had several parents ask me about a carnival. Are we going to have one?
Same.
So, I mean, I don't know what to say to them or what to tell them, but I did mention it.
At this point in time, I've not had a chance to debrief with the council folks around how the successes for this year's and things we might like to look at for next year. That's one that I've heard from a couple of different citizens as well. Carnivals are something where we'll have to make some decisions relatively soon because you have to get on their calendars very early to be able to do that. I will try to debrief with the council members and then hope to have an update on that in August, if not in September.
Okay. How about the mechanic position, the heavy equipment mechanic position?
I am desperately trying to get it done by the end of this week, Rick. I have everything ready to go. We've had the conversations that I need to have. I just need to get the actual ad pulled together to be able to get it put out.
And that's all I have for this one.
Thank you, Rick. Gary?
Yep, let's see, I've had one person that messaged me, Michael Dale on Mason Lane, something about the road over there. Can you just send them over and see if there's any potholes or whatever
Yes,
on
sir.
that road? It's Mason Lane over by Valero.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to bring up what Jordan did too. I'd like to bring that solar back up on the table to look at it, to offer, assistance. They want to put solar on, what to do in the county places, give them an option to, like I said, bring it back up for discussion on solars.
Yes, sir. We'll start pulling some information together. I'll work with Mike to be able to understand some of the legalities of it. And we'll have some updated information for you in August.
Thank you, Gary. Seth?
Turn that on. Just a couple of things. Freedom Festival was great. I was in, Roanoke that day. They had this big push with the Miss Virginia pageant. So one of my friends was organizing this parade that they did, and he asked us to come up and drive one of the former Miss Virginias. So I was gone, but I came back and got to watch Noah Spencer perform. Fantastic, and it was hot. And I was able to travel around some and see some of the different fireworks shows in the different communities this year. And I'm telling you, ours is far superior to any of the other ones that I saw. I was able to watch it from the farm that night. Clearly saw, everything was great. And I think that's just something that's really nice for the community. It's something that we've done, for several years now, and it's a big success. And I know there's a lot of hard work that goes into that, and I want to thank you all for stepping up, and especially the folks from the town and all the employees who did that. It is a big challenge. Anytime you do a big event in town, it's a big challenge, but they all did a fantastic job. The other thing we talked about earlier, I would like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that all RFPs that we put out or that the town management puts out, I want to see all of them, bar none, go on to Electronic Virginia. It doesn't mean that's the only place they have to advertise, but I would like to stipulate that all of our RFPs go on to Electronic Virginia.
So that's
I'll put
a
that in the
motion.
form of a motion.
There's a motion made by Seth and a second made by Rick that all of our RFPs be advertised on EVA. So is there any discussion on this motion?
Is that standard, right? Like, there's no bottom limit or anything that would stop us from putting them all on there?
No.
Yeah, it's just.
You get a lot.
Okay. Any further discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please, Amanda?
Yes. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Thank you, Seth. Go ahead.
Thank you. And, Mr. May, do we need to reject all bids on that you got on that proposal, or?
RFP for the water?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Well, we'll decline those bids.
So you don't need a motion from us to do it? Okay. Thank you for that. And there was something else. I will just tell you all, we're getting close. We're trying to work with the governor's office on a opening date for the professional building as well. We'd like the governor to come back and cut the ribbon. Hopefully that will happen. And that we're looking somewhere in time frame for him to come down with his office between August and September. So once we know that, we'll let you know. We really hope that he's able to do that. But, town looks great. And I do feel like there is this sense of optimism. I feel like the morale, just from the employees that I speak to, no one's going to be happy about everything that you do or you don't do, whatever. But I just see as a general sense when I walk into the office, people seem to be happier. And when I see our police officers out town, they seem to be happy with their job. I get a lot of good compliments on what we're doing as a town, and I think the town looks really good right now. I think there's a lot of momentum. In fact, one other thing, I had one of my clients is moving here from West Virginia, and they were asking me, moving into town, they were asking me about how does the trash work, the different things like that. And he said, there's a lot of, there's some trash and some brush I'd like to get out of there. What do I have to do with that? And I told him about our brush truck. And, hey, you're going to pay $1 a month on your bill. He was ecstatic. This man was like, that is great. Because where he comes from, he would have to borrow a truck or have a truck, figure out some place to take it, burn it, whatever. And by moving into town, there is a benefit from living in town. We've had this conversation many times, but there should be a benefit. Just like the gentleman come today, I don't disagree with what he's saying. We can't fix every road, unfortunately, but there are benefits to living in town. And sometimes we're here so long, we don't recognize what those benefits are. But having the ability to come here and talk to us about things is great, or having the brush truck come by and pick up your brush when you cut it down, it's a very good benefit. Sometimes we don't think about the things that we take for granted, but, and I'm just going to put in, if we're paving every road in town, can you all come by my road and look at paving it to my driveway? Because it's been gravel as long as I've lived there. Just throwing that out there. If you're going to pave them all, Jason, please pave mine too.
Seth, all humor is appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other reports, Seth?
No, I'm good.
Okay, mayor's comments. First, I too would like to add my thanks to Jan and Laura and everyone for their participation and in the Freedom Festival. It was really great. I did go. It was hotter than we want to describe, but it was really, really nice. And I did see Jason and Scarlett there pitching in and doing their part, and many, many other people. Obviously, sometimes we just don't know how good we have it until you see our crew at work. And speaking of those benefits, Seth, that's one of them. We are so appreciative for everything that they do. And I want to add that the fireworks were great. We offered a spot at the section house for people to watch on the lower corner, and it was a small crowd, but we did have a nice group of people to come because they could sit on the cool grass and all that. Nature's air conditioning, Bluefield doesn't have it all. And so it was really beautiful. We loved them, and I loved them. And I hope that somehow or other we can manage to have fireworks at some other time. Once a year just isn't enough. We've got to shoot off a lot of money, but it's exciting, very exciting. So I hope we can work on that. I don't know how. I don't know, but I think it's really, really appreciated. Coming up, we've just had the 4th of July, which obviously is a huge thing in America, and we're grateful for it. We have events coming up. One of the things I would like to mention, I've been talking with Jason about the section house and painting it, and we have batted things around, and so I haven't given it to you. I did find out the name of the man and his number who painted the library. And I also called, the lady in Cedar Bluff, she's on the council? Jamie, yeah. Because she had something to do with it. And she explained, Jason, I haven't had time to talk to you, so let's just talk about it. She explained that when he worked for her, but it's because he didn't have a license. And whatever it was, they required it. So he worked under her auspices. And she said, if that is how we want to go, and we don't know yet, we don't know, that she would, if he doesn't have a license, he could work under her. So that's an upfront report on that. And we don't know how much it will cost. So let's interrupt right here and say thank you to the PD and those members of other departments who came and painted the front of the house. We're very, very appreciative. And I've talked to Chief Holt. We're going to do something really nice for them. And we have a plan in mind, and he does too. We know what it is. We haven't picked a date. So as a way of saying thank you. I think when they got into it, it's more than they expected. It's a small house, but like anything else, it requires a whole lot of care. And it's not unique to that house. It's anything you own, whether it's a brick house or whatever, you've always got it. So to that end, Jason had talked to me about having an RFP, and he wasn't sure. So Jason, he wanted council's approval. Jason, would you like council to approve you seeking an RFP?
Yes, please.
So I will ask that if somebody wants to make a motion. The reason is it needs it. And like all other property, nothing gets cheaper. It only gets more expensive. We have the paint. We're good. All we need is the labor. We don't have it. We don't have the money for it. So we can't do anything until we know how much it's going to cost. So if council is amenable to that, I would appreciate it taking care of town property.
So moved.
Second.
So moved, second. All right, so the motion made by Jordan and seconded by Laura to authorize the town manager to seek an RFP for painting the rest of it. And we might be talking with Chief Holt. But I know, while we're extremely grateful, we can't expect all these departments to step forward and do this kind of work, although it was a community involvement, and he was so gracious. I cannot tell you how nice that was, but I don't think we should expect it all the time. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on this motion?
I would like to see the section house eventually have, whether it's part-time or whatever it looks like Tazewell has their train station that they use as a visitor center.
Mm-hmm.
They have it staffed. I think theirs is probably 40 hours a week, and they take donations. They even have selling candy bars and stuff in there, but
And they fund it.
and they fund it, and it is going to take funding. But I mean, to me,
They
and-
fund the employees. I can tell you
Yes,
quite
yes.
a bit about it.
And I mean, no offense to you by this,
No.
but we've got the section house locked up unless you can find a volunteer to bring the keys over. And it kind of feels like it, the
I'll
mayor.
speak to that. Let me speak to that, because I've been at it a long time.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, a few years back, Tazewell County published a thing of tourism, and they didn't include the section house, the Richlands project. And so, to make that work, and we are with them now, we can be scheduled by appointment to open. Now, we have regular meetings, they're always published on the town calendar, and we do have events. And so it's open by appointment. An example is this: tomorrow at 2:00, I am meeting, I know the people, anyway, it's part of the Jesse family, the Bailey family who lived here, and they were very much associated with the railroad, and we have a lot of interesting history on their families there, and I'm going to meet them at 2:00 for a tour. On Thursday, I'm meeting Wava Testament and Pat Pinson and Heather, her daughter, for another tour. And this is all volunteers, so they call either the town hall or go to our Facebook page and let us know. So I don't disagree with you. We need something for it, but right now, all we're wanting right now is paint. Because without it, it will go downhill. And it is town property, we want that. But so I'll announce this. Anyone who is interested in seeing it, while we can't be there every day because we're volunteers, we have been there way more than people ever imagined. I'm saying this is quite honestly, and with joy in my heart, because it's a good thing. And recently, we have an opportunity for a grant as long as the town owns an historic building outright. Thank you, Section House. That's what made it possible. So I just wanted to mention that to you. But back to the painting, and thank you, Laura, for the input. We have lots of ideas and plans for various events, and we always try to work in tandem with everything in town. Be it Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, or the Wizard of Oz, which I could bring this for you. But all these things, we have participated with every single solitary thing. We, meaning the volunteers, and who are all for this town. We love this town. We wouldn't be doing it. There's no question. So that being said, we have a motion. Do we even take a vote on that? I don't
Not
think
yet,
we
no.
did. We have a motion and a second on the floor. We got sidetracked though with talking about it sitting there. So I want to address that and be right up front with you. I don't disagree. But we're not asking for funding for part-time employee right now. Don't want that. What we need is paint. So there's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion on the paint?
So just labor for the paint is what we're RFP, not we have the supplies.
We have the
doing
paint, we don't have the
for
labor,
RFP.
yeah. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Okay, Seth,
Yes.
Gary,
Yes.
Rick.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
That is section house belongs to the town.
Mm-hmm.
We have like a carpenter crew, right?
Oh, what
Can't
now?
we use them to paint the section house?
Oh, what?
I think that's the way to go.
What was it, Rick?
We have town employees that does paint and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't, instead of us making a motion here to do
Well,
this?
we're not making a motion to do it. We're making a motion for an RFP, just to find out what it would cost. I think that was I think what they want to do is, let's figure out what the cost is, and then Jason can determine, okay, maybe somebody gives a bid and it's $3,000 to do it.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably worth
If it's
paying
under
$3,000 than to
10,000,
send our
we
carpenters
don't
over
know.
there.
It's
Yeah.
easier to do
Let me
it.
finish this. Hold on. We don't know what it's gonna cost. That's
Yeah.
the point. He's right. But as far as the town crew, I am so grateful for them, but I'll tell you, every time we turn around, we ask them to do something at the rec park, this, and keep up their regular job, and I don't disagree. I'm just saying, how much can we ask of them? That's all.
That's the purpose of my plan with the RFP, and to Mr. White's point, it's 3,000, and yeah, that's somewhat of a no-brainer at that point, now we're moving forward, be able to get, if it's 10 or 15, and that's where we can be able to look and see how can we maybe, you know, phase some of that, how can we value engineers some of that, you can't do any of that until I was.
Yeah. And Rick, to your point, so many times we'll say, well, our crew can do it, but they're also supposed to be maintaining our streets and all these other things. And I'm not against what you're saying. I'm just saying, how far can we stretch them? That's all. That's all.
Well, if we're stretching that far, when we do a new budget, we need to add new people. That's how you fix that problem.
I don't disagree.
So,
In the Department of Streets, whatever. Yeah, I got you.
And can we approve this as a council, even if it's $10 or 10,000? Can we approve it?
Come back to council.
Okay.
What my plan is to do an RFP, get the bids for it, bring that back to council with some recommendations on how to move forward. I think, again, Mr. Wood is bringing up a good point. There are certain areas within town that we do lean on heavily, and it would be beneficial to be able to do it, it'd give us more internal capacity.
Right.
To be able to take some of these things on. You know, we've been able to do the Greenway Stage project I'm sure some citizens may disagree with me on this, but for a limited amount of money, primarily because that carpentry crew has built my entire fence, they've built that stage, the mowing crew was the ones that have been taking care of the grass. But we've, in this situation, are doing similar to what we're talking about with Section House, where it's really labor, is what the town's responsible for. And I think this could be a very good harbinger or a telltale sign of how we do this moving forward. Because if I get a bid, man, we talked about construction price earlier, I haven't been painting in a while, I imagine this has gone up quite a bit since the last time I did it. That bid could be high, and it could be better for us to be able to hire somebody internally and be able to go that route and be able to do.
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Okay,
Yes.
voting.
Jan? Yes. Laura?
Yes.
Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you, council. So you can move forward with that, Jason. Okay, I had several other things to talk about, but I think I'll wait until August. And again, a week from today, I will be in Charlottesville in a hotel room going, and biting my nails to the quick, because tomorrow morning, I'll be in surgery a week from now. So anyway, I just don't want to think about anything else right now. I've got my mind steeled for that. So, I'm sure of other things, but again, I will wait for those. But I do love the fireworks. And as I sat there and watched them, I thought, once a year, once a year. And it's not cheap, and I know it, but I'm just saying, let's think about it. Thank you. All right, so we're moving on to Roman numeral 13, executive closed session. We have two reasons to go in: personnel for Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, and consultation, legal consultation 2.2-3711A8. Is there a motion to move into executive session?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Tan makes the second. And is there any discussion on this motion? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. We'll go into our chamber. Thank you. Is there a motion to return to open session?
I'll make my motion.
You make a motion? Who? Gary makes the motion, Rick seconds. All right. Yeah. Well, we can go ahead with this motion. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to return to open session. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please, Amanda.
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Now, is there a motion to certify that nothing was discussed in executive session other than Personnel, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, and consultation with, legal consultation 2.2-3711A8? By so moving and voting, you are saying nothing was discussed in executive session other than those two topics. Is there a motion to certify?
So moved.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
And there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, Amanda, may we have a roll call vote, please, for certification?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan? And
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Council, is there any action that the council would like to take at this time?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put into a motion that we file an RFP for the normal operating line maintenance as needed. This would allow Mr. May to put that out for RFP.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Rick has the second. Okay, any discussion on this motion, council? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
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 It is unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you, council. Is there any other further action council would like to take?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. One more request for proposal. In this one, I put in the form of motion, we do an RFP for emergency operating line maintenance as needed for the electrical system.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Laura makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Seth?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Jason, you may proceed with these RFPs.
Thank you,
And all the other directions we've given you this evening. Thank you. Is there any other action that council wishes to take at this time? Any other discussion? Last call. Is there a motion to adjourn? Rick makes the motion, Gary makes the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is adjourned. Our next meeting is August the 13th. God.
I ain't having no supper. My
Jason.
daughter's growling.
Here.
She asked, did I want to eat before I left? I said, no. I said,
That's for Augie.